No one has ever done that before. Usually we've got to spend about 5 minutes shushing everyone. Wow, brilliant. How good is it to be back? So good to see everyone. Thank you for coming. Give yourselves a massive round of applause. I think it's great to get the industry together. This one's also unusual for me because we've been doing this for a while, and there was a little while back, a few years ago, I've said this to a few people, Edinburgh was the smallest of the Edinburgh, Dundee and Glasgow events that we did, and it was borderline questionable whether it was worth doing. This time, Edinburgh's the biggest event. We've got like 120 people signed up for tonight, so I know there's a bunch of people come up from Dundee, and generally I just love seeing people move around the cities more, so thank you very much for coming, but particularly if you've travelled as well. If you don't know me, I'm Colin, been in the games industry for several decades, 3 decades, something like that. I've told the story a few times before, but just for those who haven't heard it, I started running these events pre-COVID when someone down in London said to me, is there any events up in Scotland that we can come up to? Because we've heard amazing things about the Scottish development scene. And I said, no, not really. We meet each other in Cologne and in Paris and San Francisco. It's ridiculous. We never see each other here. And they said the fatal words, that's a shame, because if there was, we'd put a couple of grand behind the bar. So I just emailed all the studio heads and said, we get a night out if we all get together and put on a couple of speakers. We did that first one up in Dundee. Hold on. Let me just check my slides. We've got slides. Did the first one in Dundee, April 2019, which is getting to be a worryingly long time ago. That one went down an absolute storm. So we did it again a couple of months later, and ended up adding an Edinburgh one in November 2019. That's a long time ago, that's 5 years ago. I don't know, anyone here know they were at that first one? That would have been in Henry Cellar Bar, a bunch of hands, awesome. Sticky floors, much smaller, but they've all gone down great. So since then, we've done a few more. So currently, this is event number 32. How cool is that? And the point of these is to get us together as an industry. It's to bring up some really interesting speakers. The talks are only 10 minutes, so nobody's really able to go into that much detail. It's not about learning a huge depth of information from any one talk. It's basically, let's just get an overview of a bunch of different topics, disciplines, approaches, and then let's use the breaks, because there's a break every half an hour. So a break every hour, every half an hour talks and then a half-hour break. The point of the breaks is to follow up with the speakers and to chat to everyone else. It's why we've done the daft things like the streak on the badges. I don't know if that's worked. This is the first time we've tried this. So if you've been to the last 3 sets of events in a row, you've got 3 little medals on your badge. I've never seen this done anywhere before, and I think it works. I don't know if people like it or not. Yeah, maybe not. But part of the point of that is to be a talking point as well. So if you see someone with a little speech bubble on their badge, it means they've done a talk before or they've been a host of one of these events before. So use anything like that just to be a talking point. Oh, jumping back, where am I? The other new thing we've done this time is the schedule was always a nightmare because the schedule is always changing, and we never wanted to have sort of printed out schedules and everything because they get out of date quickly. So on your badge, there's a little QR code. If you scan that QR code, it's the same one as this. That takes you to a little Linktree page. The live schedule is there. So even if we change it in 20 minutes time and you check in half an hour by scanning the little QR code on your badge, that schedule will be date. It might have changed since the last time you looked at it, but it will be, to the best of our knowledge, what the running order of the rest of the night's going to be. If you are watching online, welcome. We'll do this all through night. The live stream from Thursday will kind of be our main focus, because we've got Harry that's going to co-host that and be a dedicated online host for everyone that's watching online on Thursday. So if you're watching online and can make Thursday, I'm not telling you to disappear, but you might want to think about it, because Thursday should be a better experience. Tonight is mostly about the in-person experience, so the networking breaks are not as much fun if you're sitting at home. There'll be more people online on Thursday, and play some other talks in the breaks as well, so it's a bit more of a comfortable experience. If you are online though, we've got Discord running. The link to that is on the website, or in a browser, punch in gamestalks.live/Discord, and that will take you to the Discord channel as well. But as I say, if you can make the best day, join that. I need to give a massive thank you to the sponsors of these events. We keep the ticket price very modest, even all we've got a cart, all this kit around, we've got a coach to take speakers up and down, we've got pay for the heading act. There's a lot involved these days, but I don't want events where it's £200 ticket price or something. So these sponsors are the companies that make this viable. So a massive thank you to Team Terrible, Maker, to No Code, Ninja Kiwi, Blazing Griffin, Pocket Sized Hands, Johnson Carmichael, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. They're paying for our drinks vouchers that we're enjoying. Please give all of those lovely sponsors a massive thanks. As I said, they're covering the cost of the drinks to make sure that we've got something to get started with. This is, although we want this to be an informal and fun event as well and useful, it is still a work environment, so please just keep that in mind. We don't want anyone getting out of hand. If you do feel comfortable, please either check in with them or check in with one of us, either myself or anyone with one of these on. We want everyone to go home having had a brilliant time, regardless whether it's your first time or your fifth time if you're on a streak. So let's just make sure everyone's looked after and doing themselves. We also always have a charity raffle. If you've been at one of these things before, we have now, over the course of the events over 6 years, including some live stream ones over COVID, for NHS and Red Cross Ukraine and War Child and Save the Children, we collectively raised £58,000 for these charities, just for these little events. That number blows my mind. But it'd be amazing to get it. So, another charity raffle tonight. It works if you've not been to one of these before. We've got a adjusting page. So much to the charity, which this time is special effect. We'll hear a little from. And basically, make a donation to the Just Giving page if you want to take part in the raffle. £5 you donate, that'll assign you one raffle kit. So if you donate £5, we'll do a raffle at the end of the night. You didn't win anything today, we'll do another raffle more one in another Thursday. So it's one day you're getting the best possible value for money as you're buying into the raffles for all 3 days. So you buy £20 raffle tickets, £50 10 raffle tickets, etc. Donation link there, that's also the same link tree that's on your badge. So just scan the QR code on your badge and that takes you to the Just Giving page where you can make a donation for the raffle. Just rattle through the prizes that we've got this time. So thanks to PlayStack, we've got 6 copies, so we'll raffle 2 each night. Bundle, Electro, Golden Idol and Biotic Factor and super rare games. We've got this horror mixtape from Devolver Digital, Crush House, Neva and Plucky Squire, from Hooded Horse, Cataclysmal and Manor Lords. Most of these are Steam keys, unless I'm saying otherwise. From Smurf games, made in Scotland, Gamers and Lupin, Smurfs on PS4, as well as a couple of Xbox. from games, 5 games, Nintendo Switch bundle as well, from Focus Entertainment, Vanishers, Space Marine, and Dordogne on Xbox, PlayStation 5. World of Spirit Descenders, Let's Build a Zoo. And similarly, Warhammer, Fired Productions, one limited edition Mori Carnage with the limited edition skateboard. Because it's skateboard weather, right? Everyone wants to skateboard this time of year. Yeah. We've got a Dial Folk Collector's Edition, 3 copies of the Gun Queen comic book. Richard Mooney that wrote this speaking tonight, but couldn't make it, but did speak at Glasgow last time. But we'll get him back next time. It's signed copies of this comic book, an EA Sports special effect shirt, controller, a Spider-Man character that none of us are entirely sure what it is, but it'll get. I'm sure it's really cool. And we'll get it posted out to you. We've got a Star Wars. Oh, no, don't hold on. There we go. And sorry, our next ring fighter, games headset. And then, so we've got one, and this is, I'm not sure whether we're going to get Lynch doing this or not, but we've got one fully signed, like official Celtic shirt signed by the whole team to give away. We will auction that on Thursday in Glasgow because, you know, I'm suicidal. So if you want to take part in that auction, tune into the live stream on Thursday. But tonight, at the end of the night, we will auction off one of the lovely purple hoodies that you've seen our lovely volunteers wearing. So we've done this the last couple of times, and it's been surprising the level of interest in a Games Talks Live hoodie, which is lovely. The other thing that we're doing differently this time is that we have got special Games Talks Live beanies. So these are being sold at the reception desk back there. All the proceeds go to special effect as well. If we don't sell them all today, the proceeds from the next time will go to whatever charity is next time. So all the proceeds from these lovely beanies go to special effect. And again, I think I picked the red to start selling them. I'm glad we didn't go for the flip-flops and the shorts this time, but we'll save that for the summer. And I asked a couple of speakers if they wouldn't mind modelling some of the beanies for us. So they were all really obliging, and hopefully you think they look great, and you will too. So see Jenny behind the reception desk if you want a beanie anytime over the course of the evening. A couple of thanks to the folk that have helped pull this together. We have got Lucy in the sound desk, many of you will recognise. We'll say hello to Lucy over the course of this evening. Doing a great job checking us in. We have Duncan and Mitchell give us a wave. Yeah, perfect. So basically anyone in the Games Talks Live hoodies is here to help get more people. So these are you chat to them over the course of this evening. I think that's everything I was supposed to run through. Is there anything? I think we can get. I think get rid of me, because what we'll do, rather than you having to be subjected to dulcet tones all night, someone came up with the idea that we local host in each state instead to introduce the speakers. Now I love the idea because one, it means I can go to the bar and use some of those drinks vouchers. Thank you, sponsors. But also it's genuinely just better for you. So our host for this evening is Lucy Holland. Lucy is Programme Director at Tinderbox Collect. So please give a massive welcome to the stage to Lucy, who'll be taking us forward from here.
Ooh, loud. Can you hear me okay? Good, thank you. This is so exciting. I'm very honoured to be your host here in Edinburgh. We've got an amazing night lined up of speakers and live music. So thank you for joining us again. And if you're tuning in online, just quickly to give you a little bit more information about me. I do work for I'm also a games composer, musical director and music designer for games, film and interactive media, so part-time freelance musician, and I also part-time wear a slightly different hat with Tinderbox Collective, who are an Edinburgh-based music and arts charity. And if you're around in Glasgow this Thursday or you're joining us online, I'll be saying more about what we do there. So that's enough about me for now, because like I said, we've got a great night ahead of us, and it'd be great to get us started and kick us with our first speaker. So he is the founder and chief executive at Into Game, a non-profit organisation set up to find and develop talent into the video game sector with a particular focus on underrepresented groups. So I'd like to invite, please give a very warm welcome to our first speaker, Declan Cassidy.
Thank you so much. Just so lovely to be here. Thank you, Colin, for inviting me to the 32nd event. That's great. It's just wonderful to be up here. I think the introduction of who I am, but I just wanted to focus on why I've called this talk. And really, it's because as an industry, we don't really care about this at all. So we have no advocacy groups around this. We have no bursary pots for this. There isn't any kind of major regular work that's done in this, I think that's wrong. I think we should be doing more about that. And from my perspective, I come from one of these backgrounds. I come from a low-income background, a working-class background myself, it really is an important thing to me personally, and certainly to the work that we do going forward is Into Games. If you don't know much about Into Games, we're an organisation that was set up 6 years ago to support a more diverse and fairer pathway into the game sector, and we run all kinds of stuff. But go to intergames.org and you can find a little bit more about us there. So just a little bit of background on kind of social mobility in general. So 30% of the UK is from working class backgrounds. If your parents had any of these jobs here, then you're most likely from a working class background. In additionally, when we talk about kind of working class, we can also talk about low income as well. So if you were somebody that received free school meals at some point growing up, then you're kind of also kind of classed in this area as well. So just out of interest, is there anyone in this room that would say that they're from a working class background? Can you put your hand up? Interesting. So that's actually, I would say that probably mirrors the kind of reality here. So 13% of the industry is from working class backgrounds, and that was kind of roughly about the same in here. So that's great. I was hoping it was going to go that way. I think there's some interesting things here around the fact that when it comes to these backgrounds, you don't really classify working class or class in general as kind of something that's really talked about in kind of diversity circles. So of course we hear a lot about more women in games, quite rightly. More people from global majority in games, quite rightly, but when it comes to kind of class, you don't really hear that much about that. And interesting, the numbers kind of back up the fact that class is something we should be talking about a lot. So if we were to look at the UK population and try and create a game sector that's reflective of that, we would need to hire another 1,751 people from global majority backgrounds. We'd need to hire another 5,256 women. But we'd also need to hire another over 6,000 people from working class backgrounds to kind of set out. So that's interesting. And it's interesting that we talk a lot more about the other two, but nothing really about the bottom one. So I wrote a report on this that was released in October. It's called Difficulty Level. You can get your phone out and you can get the QR code and go to that, or you can go to intergames.org and check out the report there. Please go and download it and read it. It took me ages to write. I did so much research on it, and it is academically sound. There's lots of great, interesting things in there. But it's one of those reports that I wrote and then immediately felt quite sad, and then started delving into the recommendations around this and then felt really, really optimistic, because if there's one thing that I find really exciting, it's discovering a problem that no one's doing anything about. And there's so much opportunity to do something here, collectively, as an industry. Yes. And what I'm going to do is we're going to talk about 3 quick stories that are in this report of real people, and then talk a little bit about some of the outputs. So this is Alex. I haven't read the real names, by the way. Alex is a senior animator currently for the last 10 years. But when he was young, he was always, like many people in this room, probably always drawing characters, copying the cartoon comics. Couldn't afford a computer, but his mum went to school as a cleaner. And so when they were throwing a computer out, he managed to get one of them. He ended up falling in love again. There was no career advice around that. There was no sector support around that. So he ended up writing to his favourite studio, which was Rare. And remarkably, Rare wrote back to him. And they gave him a letter talking about the games industry really briefly, and a brochure about them as a studio. And that was the most pivotal moment in his career to date that he could remember. That was the thing that made him feel seen. And then he managed to go to university, and then he managed to get an internship at Cartoon Network, and then he built his career from there. But I think, interestingly, what that story kind of says, those tiny moments matter. Those moments when you go and do a talk at a school matter, when you connect with a young person in some particular way that needs to feel seen matter. Paid work experience, which he ended up getting, was cited as the most powerful tool to help someone get hired, but it was also cited as equally the biggest barrier to getting people hired from our research. This is Suzanne. Like Alex, her passion for games started really young, like many people in this room. Her family was put into poverty when she was free after her father's construction business collapsed. Once again, she used games as a bit of an escape. She fell in love with that, and then she followed the career path, which everybody says is the right career path. So she went to college, she went to university to study games, and at the end of that, there was no jobs for her at all. And that's what we see again and again and again. She then went and did a master's because that's what she thought she should do. That would buy her some more time. But it took her a decade of working not only in a university, so for her normal career, but also additionally in sector service jobs, any jobs that weren't games. And then finally she got her first job in games last year, but now potentially that studio is going to go under. So she has gone through a lot. And throughout that process, she has got serious manic depression, she's had some serious health issues, all these kind of things which conversely affect you more if you're from a low-income background. 65% of our research subjects said that it took longer for them to find their first role in games than their peers, and that time is important. And finally, we have Hamid. Hamid was born in London, so he's in an area that has a lot of potential access to studios. His parents divorced when he was young. They immediately had financial challenges. Hamid had free school meals his entire life. But he had the right career advisor who supported him on his journey. He ended up going to university, getting a first in games design, and then he became an IG50 winner, which is an Intergames awards program that we run for those from under-resourced backgrounds who show great talent but have yet to be employed. He then got the chance to do free training, get extra mentorship, get an equipment bursary through us, and then he's got his first job as a level designer for a AAA studio. So it's possible. It's possible if there's support there. So why should we give a shit about social mobility in games? Well, firstly, unlike other sectors, and I forgot to mention this before, we've got over 6,000 people finishing games degrees every year, but only around 500 opportunities for them to get hired. That level of competition is so intense that if there's any kind of slight difference between people, including whether you come from a privileged background or not, that's going to make the difference. And from our research, we know that up to 60% of people are coming into games courses from working class backgrounds. We haven't got a pipeline problem at all. There's nothing wrong with the pipeline for people coming into the sector from these backgrounds. We're just not supporting them enough, or we're not supporting the right talent enough. And yes, there isn't enough roles for everybody, but we know that. But can we support those people further? But certainly it's not a pipeline problem. So we can help them. We all know that diversity in the workplace can yield a rich company culture. We know it's important to be diverse. We know that creates better games. And I think the stories these three people have in common is that they come from a place of grit and determination. And that's what we need more in this sector, always. And so if anybody would like to talk to me a little bit more about this afterwards, I'd like to caveat that I haven't had my notes for this, so I've been a little bit all over the place. But you can either email me directly into games.org or come and grab me for a talk. And additionally, we're raising money for the UK's first ever major bursary pot for those from low-income backgrounds, support them with equipment, travel, extra training, and really anything that they need to get them into the sector. And that launches this week, so go and check that out there. And if you've got £5 to spare, pop it into the pot. But thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate it.
Oh, amazing. Thank you, Declan. It's so great to hear about the really, obviously, hugely valuable and important work that you're doing at Into Games. And yes, if you haven't already, please go to intogames.org and have a look at that really significant and important work difficulty level. Great to hear more about that work as well. So next up, straight on to our next speaker, we've got Simon, the co-founder and director and games and narrative director at Stacking Chairs, a studio creating original IP third-person action adventure that feel like immersive theatre. So big round of applause and welcome for Simon Meek.
Hello. Cool. Hello, everyone. Before I start, I think it's worth spending a couple of seconds with this slide because this is the best designed slide in my entire presentation. And so just to set the barrier. The other thing which is worth saying in typical me style is I'm excited, hopefully like everyone else, to hear this presentation because I'm not 100% sure of all the nuances of what I'm going to say in this. But let's just run through it. So the title is The Trouble with Success, and I suppose this presentation gave me an opportunity to reflect a little bit on the last 18 months and the sort of, the troubles of a very turbulent industry. It also made me just sort of give me an opportunity and a sort of a mandate to slightly, I suppose, intellectualize what's really been going on and maybe what we should be doing as an industry to sort of pave our future in and amongst the sort of the troubles of what's going on in terms of that. So anyway, what's my take? Oh, no, wait, I have got notes on the screen. Hold on, can I press that? The notes are truncated though, so I'm going to use my phone, which isn't working. Okay, I'm going to try and, what I'm going to do? I'm going to move to the next slide, which I wasn't going to show you because it's too much information. I hate reading off slides, but that was what I was going to say. So, as developers, this is my take anyway. I think we're currently suffering at the hands of a risk-averse publishing market whose efforts to turn audiences into metrics and players into purses has seriously backfired. Meanwhile, I think under the banner of us being the world's biggest entertainment medium, we're contending with quite a profound identity crisis brought on as a direct result of short-term, profit-centric mentality that is going to dominate our industries every way at the moment. It sounds pretty hardcore when I'm actually reading that out just then. But in short, I actually think we're sort of victims of this at the moment. And I'm going to spend the next, I don't even know how many, 8 minutes unpacking this. So so let's see how that goes. But ultimately, this presentation is pretty smart. It's a experimentation in form because no matter what time I need to stop will be the right time to stop it. But some context on myself. So I was a journalist and then I moved into television. I was in the television development department of IWC. basically coming up with ideas, pitching them into broadcasters. But in 2007, an opportunity arose for me to move across into interactive media. And to be honest, I moved across so excited because I saw the potential of games as like the ultimate form of storytelling, the ultimate immersive experience, proactive audiences, immersed in worlds, and where worlds can sort of react to the fact that the players are even in them. And so I was like, this is amazing, and this is where I want to be. And ultimately, every day I wake up, I'm driven by the same passion. It's an industry I want to be in because I see the potential here. This isn't one of mine. This was Little Meek, that's me when I was 7 years old. This game came on the scene, which is Deus Ex Machina by Mel Croucher. And when I was 7, this totally blew my mind. It was like, it came on a cassette, took about 25 minutes to load. But then as you press play, it gave you a countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then what you did is you press play on a tape machine, which had the audio soundtrack, which was synchronized to the thing. So for me, again, an experiment in form. It sort of blew my mind because we're like, yes, this is the future. But it was a way of sort of presenting the future in a way that sort of saw the potential, and then they sort of innovated around it. So I love that. I won't talk about too long. Well, I could actually do a whole presentation on that. This one is great. So in the 90s, I was a total. This was teen Meek, I suppose. When I was 17, 18, I loved the CD-ROM era of video games. I was excited by it. Not only did it bring sort of full movement pictures and stuff like that, but it started to collaborate. Like the developers went across and went, "Wow, that band's cool." So this was made by The Residents, which are an art rock band from America, who collaborated with Inkscape and created this thing called Bad Day on the Midway. And it was amazing. You were this small child called Timmy exploring this crazy carnival. You got thoughts at the bottom of the screen in real time, and any character you met, you could swap brains with them. And anyway, amazing. But again, totally it was beyond what a game was at that time. I think West Studios Blade Runner is an incredible game. For me as well, somebody I loved the sort of Blade Runner universe, the way they sort of set a story in a story and didn't just try and make Blade Runner was incredible. Loved that. Also loved Deus Ex, the Warren Spector's thing, largely because nobody had asked for an immersive sim, but he made one and he blew everybody's minds with it. And again, it was the potential. It was like, this is what games can be. So loved all these games, but also I do want to say as well, I think potential isn't, as games developers, games designers, it should never just come from games. It should come from theatre, it should come from music, it should come from literature and film, because people are experimenting with form, they're connecting with audiences. The people, I think audiences connect with who have a vision, who are trying to put across originality, authenticity, inspiring content and engaging content. Which, look at that, I pre-engaged, there they are, boom. I've made some stuff in my time, I'm not going to talk about it. These are sort of my attempts to sort of progress, and some of these came out, other ones almost came out, other ones had no possibility of ever coming out. And I've also worked a lot with the studios on various scale IP, from indie to AAA, and I had involvement with theatre and film and television, as I've said as well. So the potential of video games is what drives me. Now, there's a good point in here, but I can't see anything. But basically, when we talk about potential of video games, that's one thing. When the CEO of Warner Brothers talks about the potential of video games and it not being met this year because they've lost $300 million on the likes of Suicide Squad and whatnot, they're not talking about the creative potential, they're talking about money. And I think this is the problem with success. Ultimately, success does one thing, it demands more success, because if you don't follow success with success, you're effectively failing. And this is a horrible thing. Now, when you've got a creative industry and you move that into business, success is money. Ultimately, the business of business is to maximize profit. It's my words, anyway. So if you think about it, if you have a successful product in business, the next product needs to be more successful, make more money. So that's the business of business. And this fundamentally causes a problem because, and obviously we've seen something over the past sort of 5 years, but what we have had is COVID came along, the investment world saw huge potential in all creative industries actually, but in games they went, oh, this is good. People are buying games. There's money to be made here. There is ways for us to monetize the success. And in EA and Activision were like posting amazing profits. Now the problem is when your mandate is to make more money, what you end up doing is there's another economic principle around loss aversion. Now people. The fear of losing money looms bigger than the equivalent gain always. So what happens is when you're in the world of making money, you're scared about losing it. Nobody wants to lose the money. So what that means is you have loss aversion strategies, risk mitigation strategies. And whether we like it or not, what's been happening is we've been pinching creativity as a way to do this. So what's interesting here is so what does that mean? What that means is we go, can we formulate a way to make money? These things worked. So what do we know about the audience? So you run metrics in the audience. And rather than thinking about the audience as human beings, you start to think about them as numbers. This is what the audience wants. We can tell, look at the figures. So let's make that. Now, the other thing is as well as like risk averse, right? We could innovate in design like some of the games we talked about before, but innovating in design is risky. I mean, do we know people might like these mechanics? Might the mechanics even work in practice? So why don't we not innovate in design? Because actually, we know people like these genres. So let's just what the audience want, and we know these design things works. And then along come ideas. And the thing is, when you've got this risk aversion strategy, you literally pinch the creativity as well. So what we end up doing is we start serving formulate audience metric-driven product back to the market, because ultimately, that's right, everybody loves a sequel, everybody loves a franchise, everybody loves live first-person PvP shooter like Concord. And interestingly, this is a trend in history. Audiences have this rebellion against homogeneity. Like they do, like ultimately you give people what they want. Like imagine if you confessed to your loved one that you really loved KFC bargain buckets or something like that. And for the next 7 years, every day is a bargain bucket. Now, by the end of it, you're like, look, I never want to see a bargain bucket again in my life. That's just like, it's just too much. Now, this is the thing that we're getting here. Now, it's happened across the creative industries. Like in, I don't know if I've got this here. Right, this is good. So in Hollywood, in the 60s, when the studios ran Hollywood, the formulaic approach, they knew how to put bums on seats. They knew exactly what the industry wanted. And Cleopatra was like, it was the biggest, shiniest, most amazing film, these studios, and nobody went to see it. Like, everyone was like, no, you know what, we're done with it. And the whole Hollywood studio system started to collapse. I mean, literally, they were pulling them down because the bottom had fell out of Hollywood. And then what happened was Bonnie and Clyde came along, which was from a new voice, somebody who was effectively this new sort of rebellious force, these new voices in Hollywood. You got Easy Rider, you got this, you got all of these new ideas, these new voices, and you know what it was? The industry started to back the auteurs again. Now, I do have something which is that my controversial stance on games is, as a games industry, we hate the word auteur because we believe 100% that games are creative disciplines and everybody's making it. However, I sort of feel like if you don't have a vision holder, you probably don't have a very good game. And that is my controversial stance. I'll happily stand on stage and battle that one out. Because ultimately, like, the idea, the spark needs to come from somewhere. Somebody needs to have that idea, which is like, my God, I wake up unpaid, fired, just because I want to make this thing. If you take like an author, that's what they do. I mean, authors don't get paid much to write books, but they spend a year, 2 years of their life dedicated to it. And if nobody buys it at the end, well, you know what? When you're on your deathbed, you may not have the millions of pounds which you'll never be able to spend in your account, but you do have a book which have been read by people. So I mean, there's a sort of like certain thing. But this is this like, original voices, people backing the creativity, and not just keep doing the same big thing again, because the audience will always keep coming because they don't. So yeah, and why is this an idea? The problem is, I believe, is that when you've got an industry which has become profit-centric, where money is the goal, regardless whether you're a sort of a micro indie or a AAA studio, there's a trickle-down effect. I mean, when people talk about our industry, it reads as one, they always go, we're the biggest entertainment medium. Okay, I've only got 1 minute. I've only got like 1 minute left anyway, so this is good. We're the biggest entertainment medium in terms of dollar signs. Like we are, you know, what is it, 190 billion or something is the size of the games industry. And because we're seeing that, I mean, it's suddenly the target cash, because we're talking about a scale and that. We're not talking about the audience connection. In fact, if you look at our audience figures, they're not the biggest. I mean, more people watch television. A lot of people watch more television a week than they watch. And I did look at the numbers, and I've got them kicking around somewhere. But it's sort of like there's twice as many people globally watching television than that. And they're watching it for about 18 hours a week, average of 8. Now, I don't want to belittle, because we've done so well. I mean, the games industry is a success story, so I'm not belittling that. I'm just saying we've got to be very, very careful the way we talk about it, because we start to infuse that. And if you think about it, when I'm talking about like the creative vision and us all being like having a sense of an auteur spirit, when you create an idea, it needs to come from in here, not be tainted by this idea of money. And this is the thing, like, don't get me wrong, the audience metrics need to inform us. It's pointless just creating random stuff for the sake of it. We are entertainment and we're there to entertain audiences, so let's not forget the audience. But we cannot use sort of base level metrics, formulaic product to try and dictate how we should be doing it, because ultimately, I believe that's why we're in the situation we're in. And just one last thing, which is where we're heading, I think is an interesting question. So throughout my time, I've always thought, like, I say, what's the potential of games? Like, what are we trying to do? What's next? And interestingly, on our curve, you could look, you know, when the Mel Croucher idea, it's actually like, okay, we can see there, you dream of better graphics. We dream of actually having audio coming from the computer and not in the cassette. So we always had part of the sort of prospect and what we were doing with the excitement was what's coming next. We're in quite a strange situation, because actually, if you think about it, if we're like a console developer, we've sort of reached all of our goals. Like in terms of, if we're thinking about the potential of games in terms of graphical things and whatnot, we've sort of done it, really. I mean, we can think about going 8K, but to be honest, that isn't the exciting thing. So I do believe what we've got to start doing is thinking, how is the experience going to progress for the next 10 years? Think about where you think games will be in 10 years' time, and don't be sidetracked by the red herring of going, oh, it's AR or VR. Because yes, those things will exist. But if you're a game developer or in game design and narrative and storytelling and experience, try and get the experience and think, what is left to do? Because, you know, I suppose like what I'm trying to do certainly is, like, as I say, I love active action adventure style games which tell amazing stories and worlds. They just put you in scenarios, but I'm also the idea that I want to feel like immersive theater. Now, to me, that isn't there yet. Like, we don't yet have a Requiem for a Dream in game form. Like, something that really viscerally connects with me and makes me feel I'm living in that world and I can do what I want. So when I talk about the potential of games now, that's where I see it. And I think what you've got to do as a group is think, where do you see it? Because that should be what dictates you. And as soon as we align with that, I honestly think the audience will come back in droves, because the stuff which you were saying before, like when what gets me is originality, authenticity, being inspiring and engaging. That is the feeling as a creator, but that is also the feeling which drives the audience. I think if we can align all the other problems that are solved. So I can't remember what the takeaways were, but I think I've already run over time, so there you go. Cheers. Thanks for listening.
Amazing, absolutely fascinating talk. Thank you, Simon. So great to hear your perspective, and also that crossover between reality and digital and real, all and analog and form. Very interesting. Amazing. Well, just before we head to our first break of the evening, after our two first speakers, I'd like to thank our sponsors for this segment. We would like to say a big thank you to Justin Carmichael and Ninja Kiwi, Colin said, for making this all possible. Just a quick reminder, if you want to be in with a chance for the amazing raffle prizes and help support incredible charities, then you've got your chance now during the break to get yourself some tickets. And like Colin said as well, if you do it now, you've got even more chances over the next few days to win something incredible. And I'd like to also just quickly plug our keynote live music act coming up later with MC Hammersmith, both opportunities there. So we're going to head off for a break. We're going to have about 20 minutes and aim to come back to get started again at 6:05. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy.
thank you for staying late and tuning in. And one thing I wanted to do, because this is going to be on the internet for the future, is to speak to people in the future and say, if you're in the future, did I buy the Vision Pro and do I like it? And how's that new Switch? It's very interesting. But a bit about me. I'm Ian. I'm our program manager. I was a freelance games journalist back in the 90s. I got scared when the dot-com bubble burst and went and got a proper job. And I'm here today to tell you to never get scared and not get a proper job. Get a real job. Has to be a real job, but don't get a proper job. I joined Double 11 in 2019. I tried to be a producer, and they were like, you're not a producer. Tightening up the graphics on level 3 isn't a real thing, Ian, but we might need you. And so I manage our partnerships and comms. The story so far for Double 11, we've been around, like I say, about 13 years. So 2009, Lee founds a studio in his loft with some mates. He's been in the industry a long time. And then we bring some people on. Some people come, some people go. Some of them go off and start cool new things, which is really awesome. But over those years, we thought that there should be a kinder and like a nicer and better way of doing it. And that's what we've been trying to do through all of that time. And we've been trying to do that with lots of people, some of whom are in this room, which is quite exciting. Hearing Frozen Synapse being mentioned earlier on was cool. So we are predominantly a work-for-hire studio, working with all these kinds of studios. But what I'm here to talk about tonight is about partnerships and what a partnership means to us. And it's sort of baked into the origin story of the studio. Like Lee could not have stood up one day and decided to go and found his own studio on his own and just go and do stuff on his own. Like the myth of the solo dev, like well-trod tale, but in reality, it never really happens. There's always someone else around. And so for us, like, partnership is integral to the business as a work-for-hire studio. We always want to find new partners to work with and new people to work with. And when you think about it, when you're playing games, you are inherently always with others. There's always a partnership. Even if you're playing a single-player game, you are engaging in play with the people that made that. All the developers, all the designers, the programmers, audio people, like everyone who was involved in making that game and bringing it to your screen, you're kind of playing along with them. And games are filled with partnerships. Like they're also embodied, in the content themselves, like from Jack and Daxter and Bob and Bob and Mario and Luigi and Tails and Sonic and Ratchet and Clank and the Chief and Cortana, who made me cry at the end of Halo 4, and Zelda and Link and Billy and Jimmy Lee, who on reflection are a bad example here because at the end of Double Dragon, they fight to the death over a woman. That's not aged very well. So core beliefs, not to do with that. We believe as a studio, and this bleeds into like everything we do, including who we choose to partner with and how we engage as partners. We believe that work-life balance should exist. That's why Lee founded the studio. He wasn't spending enough time with his family. He sort of wanted to and felt that was important. We'll avoid crunch. We'll try and be real and transparent about timescales with people, with partners, with people on the team, so that we can avoid kind of the hellscape nightmare that I think a lot of people have lived through. And that's not to say it's never happened, but we always try really hard to avoid it. And our plans have become longer term over time. Like we try and plan for the studio to be around for a long time. We try and talk to partners about being here 10 years from now. Like nobody knows exactly what kind of game is going to be the next big thing, but like we're trying to take decisions and plan to keep the studio and keep the wheels on and make sure that like we're financially secure and that we can afford to pay people, and there's never that kind of like junk game dev job that I think junky game dev that we talked about earlier. And that we feel like partners should be treated fairly, and that's really important. And that it's very unfortunate that having done this in Google Docs and then exporting it, the line appears to have been drawn through the word fairly there, but I promise you on my screen it was underneath. So I'm going to share some things we've learned. I've learned a new thing tonight about preparing things in PowerPoint. And this isn't a list of things that have gone perfectly. These are my observations, and you're very free to disagree with them and should. And I want to talk to people who disagree or go, that's bullshit, Ian, or whatever. But the first thing I think that's important when you're starting a partnership is the basics, right? It's like starting with really basic things. So that's about going into it open. So like starting with the basics makes you sound a little bit 12th Doctor, and I'm just going to lean into it. But like always try to be nice, but never fail to be kind is a really, really important thing. When you're starting a new partnership, it can be very easy to go into it and go, well, we won't talk about that now because it might upset them or whatever. And actually you're just creating problems for later. So really start really open, solve problems with data and unconditional love, and you won't go far wrong. And similarly, you need to think about your logistics. If you're a small team starting out, maybe you're all remote, maybe some of you are in a different country, You got to think about things like, where is the data going? Where is stuff being stored? If you've got someone who sometimes works from Portugal for a few months a year, are you exporting data into a country? All that sort of logistical kind of noodly detailed nuanced stuff that you only really learn by going wrong once. And that dovetails nicely into the legal stuff as well. Like, is it okay to transport stuff about? Do you need a separate network? Do you need separate machines? Do you conflict or partners that maybe other partners don't like for real reasons, or made up ones? The made up ones are much worse and harder to get past. And then make a plan. Have you got a plan? Is it a good plan? How long do you look at the plan? How often do you look at the plan? Is it over there? Is it active? Have you got risk blocks? Things like that. These are all the basics. These are table stakes. You got to have this set, like, nailed and really good. And then once you've got things like that, then you can worry about things like communication. Because I love, I'm an old school Prince 2 project manager, and I love processes that are like quite old fashioned for stuff. There's a really good one called 5 Whys. And as I've conducted 5 Whys processes when things have gone wrong over the years, the thing I really found most often is when something goes wrong, it's down to communication. Someone somewhere didn't know something. So make sure you set up your comms channels nice and early, and make sure they're working and they're robust, whether it's Teams or Slack or WhatsApp or whatever it is. Like, be very active and communicative, and you're going to want to talk a lot early on. Your partners also are going to be unprepared for how much you will slow them down and how much they will slow you down. And that's natural. You're starting a relationship. You don't know you all very well yet. Like, it's good to talk and over communicate a little bit and find out what the rhythms are that they work in. Are they on a different time zone to you? All those sorts of things. And then it's also a really good idea to find out what reporting you're going to do and what they need, right? Because it's easy to just prepare a weekly report that nobody looks at, or easy to prepare like a monthly report or whatever. But find out what they actually want by talking to them and asking them what they need to see. Then you'll get it much easier for you to ask for things later, because you went to the trouble of asking them what they wanted and what they needed to see. And then this one's quite hard in a kind of post-COVID emerging economic nightmare hellscape. But if you can, meet in person as often as you can, like hang out with each other. And when you're doing that, like, try and set goals for hanging out and spending time together that aren't just deliverables for the project. So don't go, right, we're all remote, we're going to get together for a week and we're going to bash out this major key deliverable that we need. Make sure you build time into that time together for things that aren't just deliverables. Like, set goals for people to work together on things that they can definitely achieve and that will make them feel good about working together. This is where like icebreaker and team building activities come from. Right? It's a really good idea to do that. And then when you finish that meeting, make sure you finish by planning your next one so that you can get together again in future, because it's really helpful. And lastly, I think be opinionated about what you're doing, because you've been brought onto a project for your capability and for your knowledge. So establish some areas of ownership up front and know what's good. So if you're like, we're a technically led studio historically. So that means, you know, we'll come on with like quite a strong opinion about some of the technical aspects of the project, but maybe on the design or the art stuff, we need to listen a little bit more. And again, like if you can bring your opinion more strongly up front, you've never got that situation later on where someone goes, well, I knew it wouldn't work. It's like, well, why weren't you talking about it at the time? There's a nice way to talk about it. And cross-pollinate and understand their problems and their challenges where you can. There's a sort of business min-max kind of approach to things that tells you that like you mustn't understand the other bits. You just focus on your bit. But I think that makes things a bit soulless. If you can understand other people's problems, you can at least empathize and maybe you can help. And ask for opinions in return when you're giving yours, because then that way you're creating a nice loop between you all where everyone's free to share opinions and talk about what's going on. And I will end on the note, which is, remember that it's fun. Like, we're manufacturing fun, we're making fun. This process should be fun. If it's not fun too many days in a row, stop and make some time to talk about why it's not fun. That's not wasted time. That is the work. You know, spending time talking to each other and making things better, that is the job. There we go.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here again. We were in Scotland for GTL last year, and it's actually really nice to be in my hometown. I'm from Newcastle, from Cullercoats, actually, and it's also really nice to see like loads of familiar people, lots of people who I've worked with before. So it's really special to be here, and yeah, I'm glad we can share this with you. So you're absolutely right. We work on the collective team in Square Enix, which is Square's indie publishing label. What that means is we work with small independent teams all around the world who are developing their own IP, and our goal is to invest in them to bring their games to life. We work with teams big and small like Future Lab, the developers of Power Wash Simulator, as well as small teams where we hope to aid and develop future talent. So these are a couple of our titles, and Little Goody Two Shoes is our next release. So please buy that when it comes out because it's very special and very cool. But what else have we done? Lots of other stuff. You can probably find it in the back catalog. So today I am not going to be talking about how it pitched to us. And I'm also not going to be talking about how to do a pitch, things publishers want to see, or what Square Enix is trying to publish right now, because as everyone has mentioned, there is so much information about this online right now. I don't need to tell you this. You already know it, and you're already probably doing a really great job of it. Oh, the text on here is so small. So what am I here to talk to you about today? Well, what happens when you do get signed? What do you need to know? What is a publisher going to expect from you? And what are you going to have prepared in order to make the most of that relationship in the time that you have? So what will a publisher ask for from you? So this will, of course, vary from publisher to publisher, and this is just my personal perspective about what Collective do. The type of things that we will ask for are like a due diligence package. So this is sort of an umbrella term that I'm using to describe a whole host of documentation. This includes, but isn't limited to, like an organizational chart, a resource plan, sort of your hires and who you need to hire to make the game, development roadmap and development schedule, which are two different things. Don't ask me to go into the details of that now. Stuff like a risk log, finance plan, technical and game design documents. And yes, we do read the game design documents actually, so they are a really good thing to include. Other boring stuff includes any info that you have on third-party material you have in your game, third-party like apps or content, stuff that you get off the Unity or Unreal store. Really good to know what that stuff is, because when the lawyers come, and they always do when you're getting published, they need to know, like, you know, how to represent you the best they can. So that's a really good thing to look out for too. Mentioning legal as well, always have legal representation. If you are getting signed, you need to have someone to look out for your best interests. Your publisher is looking out for their best interest, and you as a team need to have someone in your corner to fight when the big legal documents come. When the development agreement comes, it's going to be like 1 million pages long. Have someone with legal eyes to look over it. Get your company registered, get business insurance, set up a business bank account. All of these things you probably already have done, but it's good to mention it again. So once you are signed and you have sent all of these things over to a publisher, the fun doesn't end there, because there is so many more boring documents to fill out, and there are so many more really boring things that a publisher is going to ask you for throughout the whole of development. So these are things that are not related to making the game, but these are things you do need to do in order to make the game, especially with a publisher. So try to keep it in mind. Things include making time to join calls, discuss deliveries, project updates, plans, and setting expectations between yourself and the publisher and any other stakeholder. These are not technically about making the game. These are not adding art, adding tech, things like that. But if you don't do this, then you're probably going to be screwed a little bit later on. Also, someone is going to have to prepare milestone deliverables, documentation to go with it, and the actual time it takes to get that to your publisher. Otherwise, you're probably not going to get paid if you're not delivering your milestones. Other things include keeping live documents up to date. So that TDD, that GDD, risk assessments, things like that. Someone's going to need to be held accountable for that. And these are things that change during the course of development. So you need to have someone's time assigned to that. Also, who is helping to create and understand what your delivery process is going to be, whether that is to the publisher for milestones or whether that is to QA. And if you have your own internal QA, You'll probably also have to deal with the publisher's QA if you're releasing under their label. Have you got a schedule for that? And do your team know exactly how they want to receive those deliverables? Additionally, how is it that you're communicating with your publisher? Do you have an established list of platforms and processes that you're communicating them through so nothing can get lost and nobody's time is going to get wasted? How are you localizing your game? Is your game going to be released in more languages than English? And who is managing the change process for that and the QA process for that? Also, the lawyers will come back. So you need someone's time to set aside to talk to those lawyers because with a publisher, especially with us, the legal team will have questions and it's better to just have someone in the loop to answer that. Another thing is, how much feedback are you expecting from your publisher and how much of that do you actually want to incorporate into your game? Every team wants different levels of that. Some want more, some want less, some want to be left alone. So it's really good to set that expectation early on so both parties are aware of exactly what their responsibilities for. Now, I've talked about a lot of stuff here, right? And if this seems like an awful lot of work, like it could be someone's full-time job, you are right. Actually, this could be someone's full-time job, and it probably is. You could hire a producer. This person will probably take care of all of this stuff for you so you can continue to develop the game. They will help you manage your capacity. They will help you manage all of these things. And like, I'm pretty sure if you hire a producer, it will solve all of your problems. So you should probably do that. Don't take my word for it though. So marketing stuff. I should have said it. I am a producer. I have nothing to do with the previous thing I just said. I just happen to also be a producer as well. But in order for your publisher to do the best possible job marketing your game, they will need your time and input involving marketing and strategy. So you should set some time aside to anticipate joining strategy calls with your publisher and their marketing team. They'll need to liaise with you in order for
Hello again, everybody. We're going to get started with the next speaker. So I'd like to come and find your seats, settle in, relax, and get ready for more fascinating talks. I also, while I'm up here, I've been reminded to be stricter with speakers on the times. I'm too weak with the timer. I didn't want to interrupt anyone. And also now I know how the timer works, so that's going to help. So speakers, watch out. Very sorry, I'll be over there with the timer and a steady glare. So keep your eye on me. So next up, we have an independent developer from Icebeam Games. They are the creator of Makeway, a chaotic multiplayer racing game where you build the track as you race. So I'd like to invite up and please give a very warm welcome to our next speaker, Tom Goodchild.
Sorry, I got the jacket on because it's freezing. How do you work this? Yeah, but it's 4 buttons. The center one?
Still press the red.
Just don't press the red one to start. Oh, right. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so after watching Simon's talk, I've realised that mine's kind of the antithesis of his, the opposite, basically how to sell out. Anyway, so yeah, how to make way. The game's called Make. I don't know. It was going to be a pun, but I never worked it out. Basically, well, first, like I say, it's a disclaimer. I think that like a lot of people talking about game design or like game talks where they've had any sort of success, they sort of conflate things that they've struggled with and epiphanies they've had with the success of the game. So I really think that, you know, a lot of it's down to luck. So, you know, and all of this could be absolute bullshit. Go that way. So I just thought I'd give an overview of the game. Sort of the reductive thing that the community has kind of taken to describing it is it's basically Ultimate Chicken Horse meets Micro Machines. So you basically have a set load of track pieces, you build a racetrack, and then after you've built it, you just sort of race around. Sorry, I don't know whether I'm speaking into the microphone properly. And then after you finish a round, you get scores, and then you go back to the building phase, and sort of the track gets more crazy as you go on, so it sort of becomes more sort of out of control and kind of competitive. Yeah, so why did I make Way? Well, basically my last game, I think Simon's the only fan actually of it, was a complete flop. I think it sold like under 500 copies or under 1,000 copies. And I was like, oh, yay. I don't know who you are because I can't see a thing, but thank you. Yeah, so I just thought to myself, this can't happen again. You know, I've got a mortgage, I've got a child, I need to sort of pay the bills. So I kind of thought about Soccer, and I thought, I like the idea, I like the concept, but it just wasn't strong enough for me. I just think it, you know, and especially a randomly generated twin-stick shooter, it was going into a crowded market where Nuclear Throne already existed, and Enter the Gungeon already existed, and they were much bigger products and much stronger products. So I basically, the kind of key takeaway for me was that I needed a hook. I needed something that would grab the audience in like less than 5 seconds. Go. So yeah, a note on hooks. The first thing to say is I think people are dismissive, and I don't think that's really a slight. I just think that time's really important to people, and so they'll just take a look at something. You know, that's rubbish. And I've seen loads of people do it to make way, and you know, when Minecraft was sort of hitting its early beta, I remember dismissing Minecraft. I thought, look at those rubbish graphics, it looks rubbish. And then I played Minecraft, and I was like, I'm a fucking idiot. So yeah, I think so. Clark Tank describes it. It's this game developer called, I can't remember his first name. He does these great videos, got deep dive videos on hooks and how to find them. And he describes it as a concept that gets stuck in people's heads. I also wanted something that compressed well. So I remember seeing this video on Phil Fish, and it was how, like, fairs, you could kind of understand the amazing, unique concepts of fairs after seeing a GIF that was like 5 seconds long, and you're like, wow, that's incredible. So really, it was really, Makeway was just solving a problem, really. So I kind of set down a set number of criteria that I needed to hit, and these were kind of basically playing to my strengths, which I'll say later. I spent 6 months trying to come up with an idea. I kind of like prototype loads, threw ideas away. But I knew that I needed to play a game, and that's just, again, that was just out of things. I knew that I was kind of developing most of it alone. I didn't have enough like content low, you know, and the unique idea, a hook that was sort of central to the concept, and also it worked well with streamers. I wanted something to be able to kind of market itself because, you know, the last game it completely failed marketing and no one noticed. So yeah, I went through loads of prototypes. I had prototypes about spy games. I even actually had a prototype about moving out, like a removal company where you kind of physically pick things up. And I played it with my kid, and I was like, this is very fun. And thank goodness, because moving out was announced 6 months later. Go. Oh dear, we've gone back to, go back one. Sorry, let's go. Stop!
So it's a competitive fighting game where you use these long reach.
Can we go back a slide? Thank you. No. That's 2 slides. Yeah, so I think the one key to convey to people, I think, is to prototype. I find that like game design is incredibly chaotic, and no one can really predict like how an idea will come together. I don't think even Miyamoto can do that, and so especially I can't. So I think that like if there's one recommendation I would say is to prototype, and to kind of keep the kind of graphics to be poor looking because it kind of keeps it more real, and then you know if you've got a good idea, because unfortunately you can polish a TED. I worked on Haze and we spent years polishing that piece of and yeah, and I've also worked at a lot of studios. I worked at Masters, I worked at Climax, and none of those studios ever prototyped, which I think is kind of an amazing thing to me. I think like how do you, like well, basically they would come up with a concept and they just go straight into full production. And it's like, well, where's the middle ground? Like, how have you proved this out, whether it's just funnel? And the final thing is the real big influence for me is the fact that Nintendo do it all the time. You know, and the most prolific studio, probably the greatest game design studio that's ever existed, they prototype. That to me says something. So next slide. Play the video. So this is the. We turn it down.
So it's a competitive fighting game where you use these long-reaching attacks.
Essentially, like this was a real big
And the old
inspiration.
controller
This
using
GDC
the
talk
thumbs
about
and stuff.
arms to me, because it kind of had the entire concept.
back.
We've got 3 minutes left. They had the entire concept of arms running, even though it looked really crap, and it was, you know, very, very kind of basic, and that was really inspirational for me, because it kind of like, you know, they were basically trying to prove out the game design and the gameplay before they went into full production. So for next slide,
One of those reach.
I've got to be cross now. Next slide. Okay, play. So I did exactly the same thing. This is the very early prototype. This is like 3-4 months into the game. Probably a bit more polished than like you know, the first ever prototype, but it's the only footage I could find. And it had the core loop of like building the track and then racing and then scoring already there. And I kind of knew that I had something really at that early stage, and I think that was really powerful and useful. Yeah, I'm going to go for it. I know we went. I think you're trying to control. You know, the game came out and there were kind of ups and downs. So I was going to cover what went wrong. While I thought the core concept worked and it was a hooky thing that the audience would buy, what I didn't realize was that actually in trailers, it was really hard to convey. As soon as you play the game, you kind of got the loop of building, racing, scoring, and then going back. But in a video, that was really hard to explain. And so actually when we launched, it was kind of actually really flat and took months before people noticed. The second mistake I did was including it in a charity bundle on launch. Now, I think if I was more rich, I could be more altruistic, but like back to the whole trying to survive thing. I had like 50,000 copies go through this charity bundle that I didn't receive any money for and I'm still kind of paying for. Also, the last thing is that don't launch on 6 platforms simultaneously. This is a nightmare. Yeah, so what went right? Sorry, I got 1 minute. So it did. I had a feeling where like there was a primary market with sort of young people as streamers and kind of people who like party-based games, but I knew there was a secondary market of people who like micro machines, like MASH, was kind of into that kind of that type of something's talking. Into that kind of experience, and there wasn't that thing on Steam, so there was that kind of like hole in the market, and that did work. There was a lot of people that kind of were after MASH, and you know, it complimented me on having a very similar game. It also had a long tail as well. It actually sold 6 months after release, had a kind of peak in sale after kind of streamers picked it up. And again, I kind of designed it, very back to the whole thing out thing. You know, I realized that I needed a kind of something to actually give me some income. I kind of made it so, you know, you could buy it in 5 years' time and it would still kind of be the same experience. And it's not really about cutting edge technology or kind of like something in vogue at the moment. It's just something you kind of want a party experience and you can get it at any time. And yeah, the last thing, it was picked up by streamers as well eventually. Some big streamer came on and suddenly we had 3.5 million views on one of his videos. And then like my fortunes were turned around. And that's pretty much it with 23 seconds to go.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Tom, for taking us through your process. It's a really great bits of advice there. And again, interesting perspectives and for staying on time. Well done. Big points from me. Okay, so our next speaker, we have an audio researcher, consultant, and PhD student researching adaptive sound design for video games utilizing selective attention. Please give a warm welcome to Ethan Robson.
Hello. Okay, I think I win the prize for longest title tonight. Don't press the red button. Gotcha. Cool. Hi, folks. My name's Ethan. I'm an audio researcher and consultant, and I'm here today to talk to you about forward-thinking audio in video games. Woo! All right. Cool. No. Immediately. Here's my big face. So about me. Well. No, that is too many. Right, here are the things I'm going to cover today. Just going to give you a little bit about me, not too much, don't worry. I'm going to talk about why forward-thinking audio for games is important. I'm going to tell you what it is, and then I'm going to give you some conceptual and practical considerations that you can take away. Finally, and the most important thing to me, is how I can help you with that, okay? So, there's my big face. Woo! So I've worked in audio for about 15 years. I started pretty young. I started off working in live sound with bands and live events, things like that. I did that for a long time. Then I had a little bit of a career change where I went sound design for videos. So I did that for a little while. I did a honours degree, which has led me into a PhD, which is all about psychoacoustics, something I'm not going to go into too much detail at the moment because we don't have enough time. But this is my main... Does it have a link? Oh, wow. Woo! Psychoacoustics is my main interest, right? So, what is forward-thinking audio for video games? Well, before we get into that, we need to think about where we currently are. So with this, I'm talking about things like implementation methods. Some of you may use WISE, Fmod, things like that. These are all really big, important things, and mainly what we're using to put audio into games. So we also take things from linear media, ideas like if it's there, then there's the sound. So this doesn't directly translate over to video games very well, for obvious reasons. We have player agency, we have player control. You don't know what your players are going to do, right? So we need to take that into consideration. It's hugely important. And also what's important to the player. So this is a perspective thing. As a developer, we've got pillars, we've got concepts, we've got ideas that we all believe to be really important to the player. Mostly these translate over really well, but sometimes they don't, and sometimes there's big mismatches in what players think is really important compared to what developers think is really important, right? So how does that go into next steps? Well, that's something that got really dry. So next steps, audio has perception. So some of you may be aware that the way we understand and hear things is different from the way sound actually is in the real world. It's a really complex process, and I'm not going to go into too much detail about it. So thinking about audio as perception is really important. Real-time audio changes, that's something I'm pushing for, a really big thing. People use adaptive audio and procedural audio quite a lot at the moment. These are quite simple implementations currently, but I'm looking to push this to the next step. So these are all things that you probably are aware of. If not, that's fine. What I'm trying to say is we have the tools available to do some really cool, really interesting things with audio. And finally on this slide, more player control. Players actively want more control in games, and I'm not suggesting that we give them lots of extra sliders, but maybe we do. That's more of an active idea, whereas we've got a passive idea where if you're not giving your players lots of sliders, you could perhaps mix your game differently depending on how many times your players have died to a certain boss, or how many times they've fallen off the track when they're in a racing game that you build the track for, or insert game. Yes. So why is audio important? Well, humans, we're natural listeners, right? Sound is a hugely important sense. It's processed over 3 times quicker than sight. It's a very visceral experience. So much more information can be understood through sound. If you think of, if you're watching a film or something, you can understand, or even if you're talking to people, you can understand their tone, their emotion, their intent, their, insert parameters through sound alone. Whereas if you try and get the same amount of information from people just through visuals, that's a lot harder to do. So we're natural listeners. This is a really, really strong sense for us. So gamers are actively engaging with game audio. I did a survey late last year into early this year. We got 250 participants to answer a bunch of questions. Survey, obviously. But there's some really interesting data in there about how people are actively aware about audio and cues and what's going on and why audio is important for games. And the biggest part of that is that audio is leading factors in cognitive load efficiency and player immersion. What does that mean? Well, so if you implement your sound well, then it's much easier for people to understand what's going on in your game, and they're also much more immersed in your game, and vice versa for badly implemented and designed sound. So this is hugely important, and it's such a natural skill that people can very easily be turned off from a game from audio alone. So, why am I telling you this? So, conceptual considerations. These are a few things that I've laid out that I think you could all consider. There's a lot of literature and information available on the web about this. So, psychoacoustics, what's that? Well, that's the perception-based audio thing that I talked about earlier. This is all about how people understand the world, and how sound is not a one-to-one difference, not a one-to-one thing in your mind as it is in the world. That makes sense. Selective attention. So this is about how people can focus on certain things. Your brain can, by itself, remove lots of information that's going on. Like, hopefully, right, you're not hearing the stuff that's going on in the bar, but it's all actively in your brain going in, but your selective attention is removing that from your auditory environment. So these come together in forms of mixing. There's lots of interesting mixing frameworks you can do with this. I can tell you all about that later, don't worry about it. The most important thing is consider audio throughout, right? Audio is important and should be thought of before pre-production all the way through to post-launch content. You can't just add it on and think, yeah, that's going to be fine. Well, you can, but you probably shouldn't. So, practical considerations. Auditory cues. These are the main form of feedback that players usually get from a game. As I mentioned earlier, hearing is the fastest sense that we have, so it's probably the fastest way for you to give your information from your game to your player. It's hugely effective. Dynamic mixing, this is something we all do at the moment. This is where you take different parameters and different gameplay information and change how audio plays in your game. This is a really common thing, and at the moment it's implemented quite well. You're all aware of Overwatch, how they do things. They use a priority-based system that, depending on what character you're playing, it changes the entire mix for you. It's quite a brute force, blunt version of it, but it does the job. I'm running out of time. So in audio, we're really looking to deliver information to the player. That's all the audio is trying to do. Whether that's cues, whether that's immersion, that's what audio is there for. It's hugely important, right? And finally, thematic immersion. So the quickest way for you to immerse your gamer or your player is through audio. If you give them a really good thematic auditory environment that they can sit down and enjoy, that will immerse them quicker than the best graphics you've ever seen. And I have data on that, and there's literature on that as well. So, how can I help? Quickly, how can I help? So I have experience doing all of these different things with studios from indie size all the way up to AAA, gigantic, mega studios. What's right for you may fall into one of these categories. It probably will, but I'm happy to chat about more bespoke solutions. if you're interested. So what can I do? I can come in and I can do consultation. I can chat to you, your boss, your team, whoever, your students. I can help you figure out how to make your audio better, how to implement it well, and how to do really interesting, cool, innovative next step things. I can come and do presentations in a more talking head style like this. I can tell you about psychoacoustics, mixing, Wise, Fmod, all these different kinds of things. I can do triage. If you have audio there already, I can come in and help you figure out why things might not be working, or things might be working really well. Go through it, we can sort different So auditory cue, right? Like 30 seconds. Triage, yeah, I can come in, help you sort out things. If things aren't working, we can split it apart, look at what's going on, why it's not working, and then we can look to get it better. Training and mentorship, I can help your team, I can help you, I can help your boss come in, talk about audio, why it's important, things like that. I can mentor juniors. Please come and speak to me. I've got business cards and LinkedIn. That's my LinkedIn thing. Please add me and speak to me on LinkedIn. Also, there's my email address. I'm pretty available. Thanks for listening. I'm coming up. Oh, God. Help. Cool. Thank you very much. Bye.
It's so hard to be strict. It's so interesting. Thank you, Ethan. I mean, I'm always a fan of a deep dive into audio, so that was fascinating. And do catch Ethan if you want to find out more. Okay, moving swiftly on to keep on time. Next up is our managing director and game developer from Ant Workshop, who are the makers of Into the Restless Ruin and Dungeon Golf. Please welcome Tony Gowland.
I thought I might be able to get something going there. Right, my talk is about our game Dungeon Golf. Let's crack on. I'll try and get this within 10 minutes, or at least a Simon Meek 10 minutes. So Ant Workshop, we made a bunch of games, Binaries, Dead End Job, and now Dungeon Golf. We've also done work with other people on their games, console porting, John McKex, Thomas Maslone, blah, 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 blah. Dungeon Golf. It's mini golf in a dungeon. You play as funny characters like a frog. You get points back by hitting your ball through monsters that are on the course. It's multiplayer. It's kind of like a sort of like hero kind of like combat game. So each character's got their own special moves and all of that kind of stuff. It's funny. It's cartoony. It's really good. Look at that. 86% of Steam reviews said it was good. 86%. You cannot get higher than 86%. But does anyone spot the problem with this slide? Does anyone see where the issue is here? 51 user reviews. It didn't sell particularly well. So this talk is all the things that I did wrong, self-publishing, Dungeon Golf. Let's stick to 8 things that I did wrong. We only have 10 minutes. The Americans call this radical candor. I call it having a little bit of a breakdown on stage, but maybe afterwards we can have a bit of a hug and a cry and all of that kind of stuff. Let's crack on. The first thing, the price is £15. It's a multiplayer game. It's best played with 3 of your friends. 15 quid doesn't sound like that much for an individual, but once you're trying to get like 3 of your pals, you're trying to kind of persuade a group of people to shell out 60 quid between them, which does start to become more of a problem. If I had my time again, I would probably price it like 4 or 5 quid, something like that. Second one, it was in early access. Early access sounds good, doesn't it? You get a bit of money coming in. It's like people forgive the bugs a little bit because you've said, hey, this game finished yet and you still want it. The problems on Steam with early access is that it kind of stunts your visibility. You see the upcoming games chart, and as soon as you come out into early access, you're not on any charts anymore. You can't get into the popular new releases chart because they just don't put early access games in there. And it also split our audience a bit because some people just will not buy early access games. And those two things are both things that, like, as much as I would love to think that people know who Ant Workshop are. Nobody knows who Ant Workshop are. Very few people were like super excited about Dungeon Golf coming out. Like, as an unknown studio with an unknown title, you can't afford those two kind of things that are really affecting your visibility. And it also, to be honest, also early access meant that early on, when we knew that it hadn't sold and we couldn't keep, like, we really just couldn't afford to keep working on it, you still can't abandon it, because you don't want to be one of those like dickhead developers that just is an early access game and then walked away from it, because then people might not buy your next thing. So you still have to do a few content updates and that kind of thing. We chose a really bad launch week. So this is the launch week. So we ended up alongside Liza P. So that's not so bad. It's a single player thing. Edgy Pinocchio. What the fuck? But the problem was that then the multiplayer party game Juggernaut Party Animals announced its launch in the same week, and like Party Animals was ridiculous. And yeah, you can't plan your launch too far in advance. You don't know what else is going to come out. But we should have just, like, as soon as we saw Party Animals on there, we should have just gone, nah, no one cares enough about Dungeon Golf. We can push this back a week and that will be fine. Oi, that one. You don't want to miss this slide, obviously. We didn't shout about it early enough. This is what Google Image Search says is a man being stealthy. We should have had the Steam page live a year. There was always just this, like, oh, we'll just have a bit more polish, a little bit more art polish. We'll just do these features before we can put some screenshots live. If we'd have known, like, if we'd had the Steam page live earlier, we could have kind of get a bit of an early warning that it's like the people are a little bit more tepid towards it, and like that the marketing's not really cutting through, and then we could have like kind of changed our plans and changed our budget, our scope, and all of that kind of thing. Equally, we didn't kind of like take it to free shows early enough. We paid an extraordinary amount of money to take it to Gamescom, which was the first kind of public demo of it, like in people's hands, and there was so many issues and stuff like that. Halfway through, we're all feeling good about this, yeah? We didn't understand Steam events. We did Sports Fest with a playtest and not a demo. Steam treats playtests and demos very differently, and also we spent so much time and effort kind of planning around, oh, we're going to do this stuff in Sports Fest, we're going to do these updates, and we'll drop a new character and stuff like that, and none of it matters at all. Like, I think over the whole of Sports Fest we got about 68 wish lists, which, you know, you could spend about £5 on Twitter advert, X advert. No one goes on Twitter. You probably couldn't do that now, actually. I did this talk earlier in the year, and then the Twitter reference was valid. Speaking of wishlist, believe the wishlist pseudoscience. There are a lot of people who spend their entire job like kind of telling you about what wishlists mean, and like, oh, you have to have over 7,000 wishlists, and you will 20%. You will sell about 20% of your wishlist value number in the first week, and all of this kind of stuff. And it's all, and like, yeah, like. Maybe it's like averaged out over every title on Steam, but that doesn't mean that for your particular genre or your particular game or any of that kind of stuff that the 20% value works. And to be honest, over the last year, this has just gotten worse and worse in terms of stuff that has huge numbers of wish lists and just comes out and gets has 100 CCUs in the first week and stuff like that. It's real brutal out there. Simon Byron, marketing manager, the publishing director of Yogscast, did a really interesting tweet. It is also on Blue Sky for you trendy folks out there, about the games that they have done and what the wishlist numbers were, and then what the sales numbers were. I thoroughly recommend hunting this particular message out on your social media platform of choice, because it's really interesting just to see that actually there's almost no correlation whatsoever. We were linked by the genre sales.
So there's some real big hitters in the mini golf world. So we thought, like, oh yeah, people love mini golf. Like, that's the title of the talk. What I didn't really kind of like say is, like, with golf with your friends, like, people aren't really playing mini golf together. It's just a place, like, you can't even see what the other players are doing until you've finished playing. Like, it's kind of just a place to chat with your friends. Walkabout Mini Golf is a VR mini golf game that came out during some kind of global pandemic or something, where everyone had to stay in houses. I don't know why that was popular. And Golf It is kind of a level editor, essentially. Mini golf games that are super focused on playing mini golf didn't really sell that well, and still to this day do not. And yeah, we just didn't really think about that or notice it. And the final thing, again, Google image search. What is this coming up with? You know the expression, definitely put all of your eggs in a single basket, because that is the safest place for all of your eggs. That's what we did. We had a full team of 10 people working on one title. We switched off all of our work for hire while we're making it, all of that kind of stuff. It meant that, like, once we'd finished Dungeon Golf and we were kind of like looking at what we were going to do next, and when we were available for work for hire, and we are available for work for hire, like, we had to make all of those connections again and kind of like had to like really work hard on that. So yeah, that was the 8 things that I messed up. Ooh, 10 seconds left. Yeah, so I take words of one of life's great philosophers, and you will want to give me the extra time for this. But Bluey's mum, right? You've got to pick yourself up. You've got to kind of learn from your mistakes. You've got to do something differently and figure out what you're going to do next. And so we've learned from the launch of Dungeon Golf and what we did wrong, and now maybe your next games will be better, and this is our next game, Into the Restless Ruins. Give it the old wish list, even though wish list means fucking nothing.
Always brilliant to hear, Tony. Thanks so much for your insight, and I hope it was worth the mental breakdown. It certainly was to see a stealth man. Well, thank you for that treat. Thank you to all our speakers in that block, and to our sponsors, Rivet Games, Bloom Griffin, and Game Maker. If you are someone who's lucky enough to have the food pass, which you'll see on your badge in the bottom right, it will tell you if you can get some food or not. The food is ready, and we're going to be breaking for food. You can head to the bar if you're not collecting anything to eat. And remember, get your raffle tickets, and we'll be coming back at 7:30. Thank you.
I'm an AI designer at People Can Fly, and I'm going to talk a little bit about AI prototyping. Don't worry, I made this very accessible, and I'm sure there are a lot of takeaways that can apply to a lot of other fields. So first of all, what do? Well, my role, if I had to define it very briefly, would be that I design the behavior and the abilities of non-playable characters, whether they're your friends, your enemies, neutral, whatever, and how they fit in the gameplay. I work on an upcoming AAA title. I'm in a small AI design cell of 5 people, but I also work in a much bigger AI team with like 30 people, with people making sounds, animations, programmers, VFX, whatever. We're really having a lot of fun. On the daily basis, I'd say I make 20% of my time is for GDDs. 10% of my time is, to do meetings, play tests, pitching, and then most of my time is doing prototyping, and that's what I'd love to talk to you about. What is prototyping? Very briefly, it can be in-engine or in paper, but I'm going to talk about the in-engine prototyping. It's just building the example of a mechanic to test its gameplay. I think good prototyping should be relatively fast to implement. very cheap to do, so you shouldn't be dependent on that many people, on that many different technologies, and you always have a lesson to learn from it, meaning that whether it makes it into the game or not, it's still a viable prototype. What you search in a prototype is not if it's in the final game, it's like what are the takeaways from it. Let's talk. Oh yeah, but first, before going into AI prototyping, we need to talk about AI philosophy. So rule number one, a robot may not injure a human being. No, that's not it. So yeah, if I had to compile 3 homemade rules to make a good AI, a good NPC, it'd be, first of all, the red thing is bad, the green thing is good. So AIs are not meant to be super smart. I'd say you want to have them like 90% predictable. Obviously, you can play with this number, but it's to creating that kind of loop that the player can understand that you're going to create the fun. And it's through these 10 remaining percent of unpredictability that you're going to add the little spice, which is going to make that NPC interesting. NPCs, AIs shouldn't mirror players. What I mean by that is that they shouldn't have all the same abilities, behaviors. Obviously, I had a little star. That's obviously if they're bots in a PvP game, it doesn't apply. But usually for any other kind of game, I think that NPCs work better when they have a simple role, when it's to encourage the player to do like a certain play style or to encourage the player to do a certain action or whatever mechanic. And last but not least, sometimes people see NPCs are as a very different thing and they're unique in games. They should be treated differently. But from my point of view, when you really rationalize game design, they're just like any other system. The only difference is that they have an appearance and usually they have hands and stuff. So to me, AIs are more like a personified system. They look like they're different, but actually they're not, and they're just one other tool to make your gameplay loops. In one little sentence, I say that AI philosophy in games should be about promoting player gameplay. It's really about encouraging the player to use actions rather than making like a super smart AI that's better than everyone in the independent world. Like NPCs, for example, in a FIFA, it's not about this, superstar player that you want. It's more about that AI making that smart ball call so that you can make a long pass, and you're encouraged to do that mechanic. In Halo, for example, I know someone loves Halo here. Well, the elite is like that super strong soldier, but at the same time, you know that it's gonna roll, and so it's about predicting, anticipating that roll to, rather than shooting directly at it, throw a projectile where it's gonna roll, where it's gonna head. In Need for Speed, for example, it's always it's not always about making the fastest driver, but when you have teammates with you, sometimes they can be in front of you just so you can draft and be faster, and that's to encourage you to use that mechanic. So it's not just about making them like better than you. So now that you know a little bit more about my AI philosophy, I'd like to showcase 5 takeaways that apply to AI prototyping, and I hope you find some of these useful. First of all, you should think of them as a function. Don't focus on the character when you do the prototype of an AI. Focus on what it does, meaning it doesn't matter if the abilities or the behaviors that you're going to prototype end up on other NPCs. They might be kept for later, they might be disregarded, and that's still okay. What you need to do is to list the functions you want to prototype and questions before prototyping them. And these are the questions that you're going to answer. Does my ability do that? Yes and no. Or, you can add variations, but that's really the kind of mindset that you should head into, not trying to make like the demo of the entire character. Number 2, don't explain. First of all, you need to define the audience of your prototype, meaning to who you're going to show that recording of the prototype. And what I recommend is defining within your team, within the whole production, like your inner group and your outer group. Your inner group is basically going to be all the people you work with very closely, your manager, like a few technical stakeholders, and you're going to explain to them what you want to do, and you're going to make a few iterations. They're going to give you feedback and even suggestions, and with them you can explain everything. But that outer group, which is mainly going to be, you know, the people that really make the final decisions, like the directors, the publisher, etc., you shouldn't really explain everything. You just have to make sure that when the recording of the prototype is good enough, understandable on its own without you speaking, you show it to them, and only then you show it. You don't need to show every single step of the prototype, because else they're going to have kind of a bias, and you don't know anymore if the prototype is understandable or not. So yeah, involve your inner group early on. It's going to be very helpful, and people are truly going to feel blessed to help you, and use that kind of show don't tell mentality for your outer group. Number 3, which is going to help the previous point, is to sign everything. I mean, add sign in feedback everywhere. So what I recommend doing for this is to build an assets library over time. So mainly, for example, in my case, I have an assets library with VFX, SFX, animations, and I'm going to talk early with their owners, and I'm going to ask if we can have tunable parameters. It might seem costly at first, but when you have them, first of all, they're going to be more in control, and then you're going to require less of their time, and every new prototype you make is not going to need new assets. So that's really handy. And if you cannot have these assets, you can always duplicate what's existing and chop them up, slow them down, tune things. But usually having an assets library really helps. My 4th tip is to isolate, then integrate. So meaning that NPCs, obviously, they're part of a whole, but first you need to find what they bring individually to the table. Here is, like Mario, for example, in the white box. And I've always heard this legend where, they prototype they prototype the controls as good as possible in a white box where there's anything, and they wait for it to be fun on its own before putting it in the level. And you should really have the same kind of mentality where it's just your character, your playable character, and the AI, and you double check that first, and then you place that AI in a real level alone to check how it's gonna interact with the environment, and then you add other NPCs as well. And the last tip I have, which is more like the cherry on the cake, once you've done everything else, it kind of breaks all the other rules, but that's the little thing. It's to make them relatable. So once everything before has been done, add this little flavor of soul, that little pause in between their actions, that little animation when they fail and they get angry, that little voice line when they see you, because it's all gonna make them more relatable and or understandable to the audience, and that's really what's gonna make your prototype stand out. So that's pretty much it. Thank you so much, and yeah.
So we're Pocket Sized Hands, formed 6.5 years ago. Some of the cool stuff that we've been working on, working with Adult Swim on Pocket Mortys. We've done multiple projects now with Ripstone. And one of the coolest things that we worked on recently is Oddworld Soulstorm, helping them out with their port to PC and Xbox. And that all set us up to work on Clive and Wrench. And to tell you a little bit about this game, it's been in development for 11 years. It started off ages ago with one person working on it. This is the brainchild of one man. It's a solo project, and the work that he's done on it has been absolutely fantastic, getting it from where it was 11 years ago to where it is now, to a game that's, you know, almost ready for release, or it has released, but at the time almost ready for release. So like I said, it's been in development for 11 years, primarily one person work on it. I think like a few contractors at most, around 15 throughout the course of 11 years. It was in Unity 4. I didn't even know Unity 4 existed. When we first did our cold port on the project, we had like an average of 8 frames per second. I know that's not the best way of measuring optimization, but it's just an indication of where this project was. And there was no source control. An 11-year game, and we were handled a Google Drive link, you know? So how hard could that all be? But as a bit of a knowledge share, just want to talk a little about what some of our best practices that we've found. And that is, you know, our pipeline. And that starts off with just getting access to the project. Straight away, we do a cold port. That helps us try and analyze the project and get a real sense of where it is and where it is in the porting process. And then we do our internal investigations. So we do like a real deep dive into the code, a real scrutiny on it, try and figure out look at what engines are being used, what plugins are being used, how all the systems work, and just try and get that understanding so that we don't have any surprises when we go to actually do the hard work. And I will say, most important at like every stage of this, but this is definitely one of the most important bits, is our internal review. Looking at the project from a business aspect, you know, does it hit some of our strategic goals? Is it something that we have the capacity to do? And is it something that we have the technical capacity to do? Once we do that, you know, we only give ourselves around 2 weeks to do like investigations into a port. So there's going to be, with 2 weeks, there's going to be a lot of unknowns that you might not be able to touch on. So just looking at building out a risk register to try and help yourself mitigate some of those unknowns. So when it comes to doing it again, there's no surprises. We send across all our findings in an external investigations document to the client. You know, we sign contracts, and then woo, we do the easy work, right? How hard could it all be? So anyone that's done porting before, this is probably all going to be common sense. So I'm just going to run through it really quickly. You know, looking at some of the core challenges, especially in Clive and Wrench, was performance. You know, this is a game that's been in development for 11 years with no real sense of optimization or what the final platform was going to look like. We had to look at upgrading legacy systems, a lot of old legacy code, especially like, you know, things that were using the old particle shaders in particle systems in Unity that we all had to come together and solve. There was no asset management in the project, and there's no documentation. Generally, when you get a port, you might find that you're in a position where you don't actually have anything to go off of, and you just have to figure it all out yourself, which gives you a real challenge in trying to figure out how those systems are all designed. And when we took on the project, one of the biggest risks that we had was, you know, we didn't understand. One of the risks was we didn't think we could, pardon me, I'm skipping my words. We didn't know if 60 FPS was possible based on the project. So we agreed with the publisher straight up, and we said to them, look, we'll agree on 30 FPS as a target frame. And that was accepted. So some specific things to look out for when you're doing ports in terms of project art assets, you know, thinking about too many materials, too many polys, too many objects in a scene, draw distance could be too high, too many dynamic lights, expensive shaders. When it comes to the engine side of things, you know, in this project specifically, there was a lot of expensive operations like GameObject.find. That was happening every tick. There was no caching of those objects as well. There was no pooling of objects. There was lots of physics on literally everything within the game. Store assets that were built in that caused specific issues as well. And because it had been developed over the course of 11 years, there was a lot of complex coupled code between every single system. You know, code was triggering animations was going back and triggering into different parts of the code. Trying to get an understanding of that was a real challenge. And there was a lack of prefabs. Some scenes would have prefabs, some scenes would haven't prefabs. And yeah, it was fun. And so we had this huge task ahead of us. And while our code and our art team just dived straight into the task of optimization, we got our QA on board to help out and figure out what the actual problems were. And again, one of the most important things is, if you can, get a detailed QA report at the start of the project before you jump into it, because when you finally get your QA onto the project, you'll realize that those bug lists just keep growing and growing and growing. When we did our first QA pass, before we even started working the port, we realized that there was over 700 priority 1 blockers that we needed to get fixed just to get the game to gold. So our role developed more into a co-development role. So not only were we just helping to get the game onto consoles, we were helping the original developer to get the game over the line. We looked at things like, things that can help us, just making sure you've got those platform-specific enablers in place. So things are only going to be working on PlayStation when they don't have to work on Switch. Easy wins like reducing the draw distance. We did that ad hoc artwork where possible, and combining meshes where possible as well, which caused a memory leak that we tried to fix. And it took us a week to find out what the actual issue was. Which again, is like, there's so many slides in here that could be talks by themselves. And that is a fun talk by itself, but not a fun talk thinking about. It had no asset management, so we had to implement addressables. One thing that we find when we get ports in is that a lot of, especially indie devs, a lot of them will have LODs in place, but not many people think about shader LODs. So it's an easy win to think about that. Switching your lighting pipeline, switching your rendering pipeline from deferred to forward, and then reducing the physics time step, and as well just refactoring the code where you can as well. Some of these are easy wins, some of them are a little bit more difficult. But there's lots of places that you have to compromise and that you have to realize that might be a specific challenge. So one in this game was that the physics layers and the setup was undocumented and completely complex. And looking back at that picture, I don't know if you can see it. I still don't know what half of it does, but it's just trying to figure out what bits are okay to leave alone. We couldn't fix all the assets and models, especially in the time frame that we had. There was just so much of it, as considering this game had been in development for so long. And we couldn't refactor a lot of the game logic, specifically because a lot of the close integration with Unity. So it was just trying to compromise on what should we be focusing our quick wins and fixes on. And then again, there was no prefab setup in the game. So yeah. So going back to this 30 FPS issues, when we did our investigations, this was one of the big unknowns. And we had this agreement that 30 FPS was going to be the target. And one of the big things that the developer was really interested in was keeping the original visual style. And that looked at some of the post-processing that they had in place, and they had some of the shaders that they had in place, especially the fur shader that they had on the character was like a real big special thing to them. But of course, Twitter is fun. And when it was announced on Twitter that the game was going to be 30 FPS in the PlayStation 5, they had a lot of fun. And there's some of these here, especially the red flags one is probably my favorite, but there's a few more and they could be a bit hurtful. So we went back to the publisher and we looked at, okay, right, how can we actually get this to hit 60 FPS? And this was like a month before it was meant to launch as well. So this was fun. So can anyone guess what we did? We turned off the fur shader. And you can't tell from the far away picture, but you can see it a little bit better close up. And bingo, it was done. It wasn't the main thing that we had to fix, but it was definitely one of those big technical challenges. And it comes back to that whole compromise that you have to have with the developer and trying to figure out what's important for them versus what's important for the game as well. So really quickly, reflections and some takeaways. I know that was all really quick. Identify the bottlenecks really early and find out what those quick wins are. Make some difficult decisions and compromises with the developer. Don't add any more technical debt, especially to a project that's 11 years old. It's going to get worse if you start making it worse. And I think one of the most important things, again, the last most important thing, is to manage performance and quality at each step. If you think of the end user experience and what the player is actually going to be doing, that'll help you get through TRCs a lot quicker as well. Thank you.
I'm pretty fucking deaf anyway, so like that. You can see it's almost entirely erased.
Hello everyone, I'm just letting you know we're going to have about 5 minutes till we get started again with, as you might have guessed, something quite special. So 5 minutes to find your seat, settle in and get ready for it. Okay, hello again, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your break. We're going to crack on, and as you might have just heard, with some live music, the first of some live music tonight. We're excited to have Jake Woodward here, who is a composer and musician. He's going to be giving us a live guitar performance of his interpretations of songs from Elden Ring, Slay the Spire, Monster Hunter, and Demon Souls. So sit back and enjoy some noise. Thank you, Jake.
Hello? Hello? Is the mic working? Yes. Thank you. My name's Jake. I'm a guitar player, composer from right here in Edinburgh. You just heard a medley of monster themes from Monster Hunter Generations, composed by Rayo. I'm going to be playing a couple other video game soundtracks for tonight. The hearing was recreated from scratch by me, so you guys could like imagine a band of me's behind me playing all the other instruments, then I won't feel quite as conspicuous up here by myself. Next track I'm going to play is from Demon Souls by From Software. This is Maiden Astraya's theme by Shinsuke Kida.
Leave us, Slayer of Demons. This is a sanctuary for the lost and wretched.
Thank you, thank you. Sorry, Lucy, I was asking for more backing track on that one, not so much me. It's all good. Oh, I was really worried about breaking a string on that one. All right, we'll crack on, shall we? So the next one, it's from an indie game. It's a card game. It's the hardest game of, probably one of the hardest games I've ever played, and yet I'm hopelessly addicted to it. Slay the Spire, and this is The Heart, written by Clark Abood. this will be the last one for me tonight. Thank you guys for all your support. Thanks everyone who's actually here specifically just to support me, and special thanks to Colin for like organizing all this and inviting me to play. The last one I'll be playing for you guys, it's a game I've been captivated with since it was revealed over 5 years ago. Probably my favorite game of all time. It's From Software's magnum opus. This is Elden Ring by Tsukasa Saito.
Phenomenal performance there. Thank you so much, Jake. Can we have another round of applause for composer and musician Jake Woodward, please? Just brilliant. If you're looking for a rock guitarist for your next soundtrack, then you know who to go to. I'd also like to say that Jake is Colin's guitar teacher, which needed an honourable mention. So thanks again, Jake. Just amazing. We're going to move on to our next speaker after that nice musical interlude. Next up, we have the producer at Circleback Games working on curation, an award-winning Sam-style museum building and management sim. This is Gabriel Stott. Please welcome Gabriel.
Do I just crack on? Are we ready? We going? Good. So, let me get back to the start of my presentation here. Whoops, can we all hear me now? Fantastic. Excellent. Okay, so let's see if this goes the other way. It's a great start. Here we go. So yeah, so I'm going to talk about indie games. My name is Gabriel Stott. I'm a producer, I'm a graduate of Portsmouth University, and I'm a founder of two companies. One of them, Circleback Games, you've just heard about. The other one is Creek Interactive. And we will come back to that in a moment. So, cool. First of all, what is indie, right? You can discuss this. My studios are very indie. All of this criteria applies to us. We're self-funded, self-published, self-owned, and we're very small teams. And that's all I'll say on the matter, just so you know where we stand. Next slide, will it go? Yes. Maybe not. Maybe I've gone too far. Yeah, okay, right. This slide is a little bit deceptive, okay? Starting a company is easy. It kind of really is, right? You get yourself a team of people that want to make a game. You go to a company's house, you form a company, you get incorporated. Maybe you make a website, maybe you make social media, and then the idea is you start making money, right? Well, you know, maybe not quite. This is going horrendously so far, isn't it? Let's try to go back a little bit here. Am I just pointing this in the wrong direction? Maybe back a little bit more. And then forwards one? Am I in control of this, or is it controlled over that? I don't know. Gotcha. Okay, so if we go to the next slide. Thank you very much. Okay, making a company is easy. Funding it is not so easy, okay? Because in order to make money from games, you need to sell stuff. And in order to sell stuff, you need to make it. And how do you make stuff? It's going to probably cost you money. So, you know, you've got a couple of options for how you get that money, right? Maybe you've got the money yourself. Maybe you've got like a few £100,000 just sitting around, and that's great. If you do, maybe hit us up, because that'd be great. But if not, maybe you're like the rest of us, and you're looking for an investor, or you're looking for a publisher, and that's not so easy either. In order to get a publisher, you're probably going to have a really solid demo, and you're probably at some point going to have to put some money into making that demo, right? Maybe you need assets to make it look really good, or maybe you want to take it to an event, and that costs you money. A lot of money, it turns out. So maybe you want to put your game on Steam, it's going to cost you a little bit of money as well. Even just incorporating as a business is going to cost you money. So into where we're going, but I'm not here to tell you about where to get that money. I don't have it. Maybe one day I can tell you where to get that money and how to do that, but that's not today's talk. Today I'm just going to have a very honest conversation with you about some of the things that I've learned along our journey so far, some of the successes, some of the failures, and hopefully you'll learn something, you'll take an insight, or it'll just kind of motivate you or entertain you, right? Any of that, fantastic news. So if we go to the next slide, this is Sounds Like Rain, which is a project which we've shelved. It doesn't exist anymore. It's not ongoing. But I don't see it as a failure. I see it as a massive success in order to get to the next step. And so I'm going to talk about some of those successes and some of those failures. We'll start with the successes before I really rip into a project that really did mean a lot to us. So it's got a great art style, okay? Hopefully you guys agree. I think it looks phenomenal. I think the art team did a great job making this game what it looks like. And I think it's a large part of the reason that we managed to get competitive slots at Game Dev London and WSD and Barclays Games Frenzy. So, you know, we'll take that as a success. We'll take that as a win. It meant a lot to us at the time. And when you're indie, and you're the kind of the particular slice of indie that we are, all of those little wins mean everything to you. So yeah, we'll take that. The next thing, we created a working demo that we actually managed to take to events. And again, when you're our slice of indie, that's important. That means that you actually set out to do something and you did it, and that's important too. So, count that as a win. We also managed to start speaking to publishers. They liked it so much that we started talking to them. Again, we didn't get the money. It didn't work out, but that was a big step for us too. We'll take that as a success. We also set up social media, and we started that endeavor. We learned a little bit about that too. So we'll take that as a success. But we don't learn from success, we learn from failure. So let's talk about the failure. It was a bit too ambitious. We did not scope this project correctly at all from the start. You might be able to see from the pictures, it kind of basically turned into a puzzle, action-adventure, first-person shooter, narrative-driven mess, shall we say. It looked great, and we enjoyed it, but fundamentally, it didn't stick to one kind of principle, or even a couple. It just kind of went all over the place. And there was a reason for that. When we initially scoped it, we scoped for something that was just way out of hand. It was way too far out of control. And so we had to start changing things. We started changing things rapidly and quickly, and before we knew it, the original concept was just completely gone. So, as we all know, you need to scope things properly, but if you're going to start re-scoping, at least try and kind of stick to at least a core concept. So, that's one of the pieces of advice that I'd give here. It's something we've learned. Secondly, I think you kind of have to take accountability. Personally, my production skills, we're still developing. I mean, we're all still learning at any given point in our lives, but I was only 2 years into an academic course at university to learn production, and I took on an incredibly ambitious project. Frankly, I was still learning. So I'll take a little bit of the accountability there, and I'll accept that we need to skill up. And I think that in the last year, I have, and I think that curation is going to kind of highlight that. So I don't want to talk too much more about this. I think we've kind of spoken enough about this one. But yeah, we failed in places, but we'll take that as a success because we learned from it. So if we go to the next slide, this is kind of the last one that I want to talk about here, curation. This is our current project. So this is Circleback Games, which is a different company making this one. And this is a company that kind of spawned out of a university project. So it was a company that kind of came to be out of necessity because we made this project, it won an award, it won a Tiger Award for Best Student Game of the Year. And that, obviously, that as well meant a huge deal to us as students and as indie developers. And so then we wanted to put it on Steam, and in order to put it on Steam, you need to be a company. You need to have a company bank account. Turns out putting stuff on Steam is a bit of a process, and we tried to do it before an event. It didn't really work either. So failing here, if you're going to put it on Steam, at least give yourself enough time to do that before an event. Just a little learning there. Kind of seems obvious in retrospect, but we'll take those. A failure here as well is quite simply when we started prototyping. I think this is my best learning. When we started prototyping, we tried to hold back on the development side, the actual practical prototyping and development, until we had a really comprehensive design kind of document that was going to guide us on how we were going to do the rest of it. And that just kind of slowed us down. The team was ready. The team was ready to prototype, and they actually started to prototype kind of without us, whether we were going to let them or not. So the learning here is, if you're an indie team and your team are ready, then let them do it. When we've got kind of agile methodologies that guide our development, then we can be flexible. We can design while we're prototyping, right? These things are doable in an agile methodology. So, big learning there. Just prototype early is my best advice in this case, and just kind of crack on. But that's up to you. Different teams will work differently, right? And you need to do what's best for your team. But that worked for us. So the second failing here is that we're still missing a couple of features. We still overscoped with this, but not by as much. It, for the most part, is what we set out to make. It's missing a couple of the bigger features that we would like to put in. And fortunately, this is still a live project. We're still working on this. And so those features will still be going in. There is a Steam page available for it at the moment, and we will be releasing a demo on there, and then we will be continuing to release. So those features will go in, and that's not such a massive failing on that part. So, but lessons, still trying to figure out that scope kind of stuff. And if we go to the last slide, I'll try and wrap this up as quickly as possible. Yeah, serve your team, servant leadership. If you're into production, that's a term you should probably look into if you don't know already. But trying to help your team rather than fighting kind of an uphill or upstream battle, just try and do everything to kind of help your team. That's definitely something I'd recommend. I'm going to kind of gloss over some of these other ones. And the last thing I'll say is, if you're in indie, you just got to be really persistent, okay? You just got to count all of the wins. This is part of why I've kind of talked about the successes as well as the failures. When you're indie, especially our slice of indie, you got to count them all. Otherwise, you'll look back and you're still not making money 2-4 years down the line, and that's really sad. But if you count all of the successes, then maybe you'll still have the motivation to keep going. And that's my talk. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Gabe Stott. That was really interesting to hear about your experiences and insights. And I hope next time we're hearing from you, maybe you'll be telling us all how to get that £100,000 £100,000 grant. Brilliant. So that's the last of our speakers for this block. We'd just like to take a moment to thank some more of our sponsors while we're here. A big thank you to Speech Graphics and Team Terrible, again, for making everything possible here. I'll just mention again our charity raffle fundraiser for Special Effect. If you haven't got your tickets yet, you've still got a chance, plenty of time to enter. And also, we've got a little treat for you again. It's a night full of treats. Thanks again to our sponsors that for everybody, regardless of if you have the food pass or not, we have some cupcakes marked with logos from our sponsors down at the reception desk. So if you feel like something a little bit sweet, now's your chance. And maybe while you're there, you can also buy a beanie and raise some more money for Special Effect. So we're going to be back in half an hour at 8:30. Enjoy your break. Thanks.
These sometimes get confused, but I don't know. I like saying mine's is homebrew. This or you get demakes that are kind of bootleg homebrew things, but I'm not going to talk about them. There is a whole bunch of ways to make games for old systems these days. You can use NESmaker, GB Studio, a whole bunch of engines and stuff. So it's easier than it ever has been. But if you do this stuff, please share your work in progress on forums and stuff, because then people can learn from what you've learned. Forums keep this kind of stuff alive. It's just better than Discord groups because that really gets lost. And it also helps you meet a whole bunch of people. So then when you go to events, you can hang out and meet all these people that you've been just avatars with for long times. So I released this on itch. I forgot where I was going to go with this. I've not practiced this one this much yet. So yeah, show this off at local gaming things, see if people like it. Not every game in this homebrew scene needs to get a physical release, because some are just tech demos and just fun projects. But yeah, if you pass that and your game's good, people like it at events and stuff, how do you make it real? You go for funding. There's a lot of Kickstarters for this in this space at the moment. There've been a few really successful ones and then a few minorly successful ones. Also make a, what's this? Press kit for your game. Then you can just copy paste your stuff to Kickstarter, and the press just love just being able to copy paste stuff as well, being lazy writers. On day of release, if you don't learn anything else from me, send your press kit and press release to inbox@gamespress.com, and then that will get sent out to most of the media people. People get an email every day that tells them what's happening. So I've funded these 2 games through Kickstarter. for NES, and then we added Dreamcast and PC and stuff on the other ones. People ask about manufacture. How do you make these games these days? AliExpress has got like lots of really cool shells and stuff. And if you're like serious about it, you can contact the manufacturers that they use and like cut out the middleman of AliExpress and get custom stuff done in that. And then you use like a cart flasher. You can get ones for all the different systems. And then you can make your boards, and that sounds really scary and stuff. But yeah, and you can get cool custom PCBs. But more recently, there's a bunch of people just doing this for you, so you can kind of buy them off the shelf and ship them. They'll even like flash the games to you if you give them a little build as well. What are these? Yeah, boxes and stuff. Frank in America, he seems to do everybody's box in America for some reason. Or you do it yourself, but again, that's a lot of hassle. Frank's boxes are really good. When you're doing a Kickstarter, like people private message you, basically saying we can do what you're going to do, but cheaper for you. So just be aware that that might happen. Frank reached out to me during that thing saying we can do it, but so did Broke Studio. And Broke Studio were like, we can do the whole thing, not just the boxes. So I was like, yep. And it was cheaper than Frank as well. But if I was to do it all myself. Limited Run, more recently, I've been getting into more like indie, like homebrew releases as well. But their lead times are a bit long if you want to get a game out. And again, I met the guy from Brook Studio. He came to Dundee to get married. He loves Scotland. He was thinking about moving here, but didn't because of Brexit. He's got a logistics company. He needs to be able to ship stuff. Yeah, we look for easy ways to port these games up to get more stuff. I remember when I was at school, there was like a guy on a bus. It was a school bus. It gave me a burnt disc saying like NES games, and it was for the Dreamcast, and it was Nester DC. And I was like, wait a minute, that was a thing. I could play NES games on the Dreamcast. Turns out it's an open source project. It's got a reasonably permissive license, so we edited it a bit, made it like nicer to use. And yeah, well, help from one of my friends from a previous job. Released it as like NES to Dreamcast, so now anybody can release their NES games on Dreamcast. But then that leads into the rabbit hole of how do you manufacture CDs now. The debate is like duplication versus replication. There's a few differences. One of them is like, what is this? This is duplication is a burned CDR. So you can still get your CDs manufactured, but then you burn it yourself. So here's the pros and cons of that. I can't read, so you can probably read that better than I can. Replicated stuff is pressed. All these things, and it's really just the purists that care about this kind of stuff. There's a few companies do this stuff as well. Josh Prod was the one everyone says, why don't you just use them? They wouldn't touch anything less than 16-bit. So NES is 8-bit, so they were just not going to touch it. I did the first run myself as a minus CDR just to see, and it like sold out reasonably quick. So then teamed up with Wave, met them at one of the events, and they're here today as well. And they did a really good job. So you can buy it on their website now for Dreamcast. And it is a press disc as well. They're also like quite good at the marketing stuff, and it just helps me boost my brand as well, and helps them out too. Then we also did the same for NES to Steam. So we made an emulator wrapper that you can easily port your games to Steam, because that's like game developers' dreams in the small community, isn't it? We used FCUX, which isn't as good a license, so we can't integrate the Steam SDK and stuff. And just in general, Steam is not the place to sell your NES game. Itch is much better in this regard. Itch has tags for NES game already, which Steam doesn't, and people know what to expect from this. The general price is like $10 for a decent game, and it kind of goes down depending on quality. But for physical ones, this is what we think to expect paying these days. Again, bit dependent on quality. We also ported the NES to the Playdate, which is pretty cool. Oh no, what was that supposed to be? Oh no, maybe that's intentional. Yeah, you can't, there's no NES to Playdate emulator at the moment. I know a guy that's working on it, but it's not ready yet. But I do have this guy who did program Tapeworm, and he did it in such a way that it was really easy to do over, and he did it in an evening, basically. And then a couple of weeks of like polish after that. The NES and the Playdate both have the same vertical resolution, which is really nice because you can just like redraw your sprites one-to-one. If anybody else is going to do this, which I know is highly unlikely, but I would say, yeah, do like optimize your things. Don't rely on dither patterns or anything. Like redraw your sprites. Porting up to modern consoles and stuff as well, I went through Ratalaika Games. Everyone was kind of racing to see who would be the first ones to get their new NES games on storefronts. And these guys, I had like murmurs that they had the tech ready, and their lead times weren't that long. And it was just a nice split as well on the dev side. These guys have popped up as well. They've got a really nice front end, but they're only on Switch. Make spin-off brands and stuff. Like we made a mobile game that kind of helped boost the brand in that space as well. Go to conventions and fairs. Has stopped working. How much have I got left? 2 minutes. Yeah, go to conventions, fairs. You never know who you're going to bump into these fairs. Like one day at the last day of a 3-day event, a guy rocked up and started talking to me about stuff. He was really interested, and then he turned out to be a writer for Nintendo Life. So we got a really nice post on that. So if I wasn't trying on the last day, I might not have got that. And then that's led to like more things and like the other like Retro Gamer and a few other mags. Debug as well. The Wave guys are here as well. Sign up for all the things. I tried to get Evercade's games. Just sent them an email saying you've got a new console that accepts like old ROMs. I've got a new old ROM. And I again liked their marketing strategy. They reached out to a whole bunch of retro YouTubers. They did a really good job. So then we got Flea on Evercade 1 and Tapeworm on Evercade Heroes 2. And then that led to like a merch deal with them as well, which so we got plushies of the Fleas made, and then they are juggleable, just in case you wondered. And yeah, I got my game. It was such a proud moment. Game in Argos, not on the shelf, but on a kiosk at least. Also, just do print-on-demand merch if you're like small. It really costs you nothing. You just upload it and you get some money, and fans get to enjoy it. There's a whole bunch of streaming places now that stream these like lower games because they don't need much bandwidth and stuff. And I again met these guys at one of the trade shows, and then the next year I was signed up with them, and I was on their banner right next to Pac-Man. So again, they're really boosting my brand, and they seem to really love the game as well. Jam.gj is doing a similar thing, but they're not as good and pivot more than like Sofa and Friends. So, community bundles are also really good, like combining efforts, like marketing efforts of the community together for small bundles really helps. And then when you make a sale, everybody makes a sale. Okay, I'm getting really close here. I've not got many left. So now Tapeworm is on 9 platforms, 2 streaming platforms, coming to iOS and Android and Game Boy Advance. For these types of contracts, I'm not a lawyer. These things sometimes aren't worth financially hiring a lawyer, and stuff. It's definitely worth it for the free marketing that they get. As to look over contracts and stuff. Like we've all got industry contacts here. Don't sign exclusive deals. That's the main thing. The streaming ones especially want you to sign exclusive stuff and make sure there's a clear opt-out clause. I also got this pop-up projection book with me that I'll set up in the next break so you can have a look. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for your time this evening. Really excited to be here today. So I thought I'll start by just kind of giving you a bit of an intro to who I am. So I started in the video game and entertainment space back in 2011. So I initially started to work for 2 different media agencies. So, but they specialise within the video game sector. So some of the clients that I worked with, just to sort of name a few, so I worked with Bethesda, Activision, Nintendo, Konami, Codemasters, which some of you might remember as well. They're still alive somewhere. But you know, I was there for a few years, and then I decided that, you know, the gaming industry I was kind of done with the gaming industry, and I wanted to sort of move on and try something different. So I worked for a company called DAZN, which some of you might be familiar with. They're like a sports streaming platform, kind of like the Netflix of sport. So I did that, but you know what, after like a year or so, I just really missed gaming. I wanted to sort of get back into the gaming sphere. So I joined Square Enix. So I was the UK marketing manager at Square Enix. So I ran all their marketing campaigns to sort of bottom up. And then I left Square Enix after sort of 4.5 years. I joined Take-Two Interactive, and I was part of the 2K brand. So I did that for a bit. And then now I'm at Green Man Gaming. So I've only actually been at Green Man Gaming for 3 weeks now. So if you do have any questions, just go easy on me. I don't have all the stats. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. So next I've got a little 30-second sizzle reel just to kind of give you a bit of an intro to who Green Man Gaming are. And then I can sort of deep dive into a bit more about what we do. That should have sound. I'll let it play. I promise it's got a cool soundtrack, but maybe I'll send it to you guys at another point. I could do a little theme tune now if I wanted to, but I might avoid that. Right. Okay, so for those of you who are unaware, Green Man Gaming is an e-commerce and technology business, and we sort of specialise in the video game industry. So it was founded by Paul Sullock back in 2010, and we're actually made up of sort of 3 main divisions. So we have publishing. So this is the department that I work in, and what we do is we work with independent studios. So this is like globally, and what we do is effectively sort of bring their games to the masses. So what we do is we help them with their marketing, with their PR. We also help them with social, community. We also work with sort of various influencers as well, and also within trade marketing as well. We then have our retailer side. So this is essentially our sort of our bread and butter. You know, we work with, well, we're in 195 different countries, and we stock sort of various different games. There's about sort of 10,000 multi-platform games at really competitive prices. So definitely worth checking out if you're not aware of them. If you're not aware of us, sorry. And then we also have the distribution side as well. So what we do is we act as a third-party distributor with studios, and what we do is we help promote their games on behalf of them. So we work with 150 different retailers across all major territories. So anyway, that's a bit about us. But what I wanted to do is talk to you more about the publishing side and sort of how we can help as well. So, you know, some of you might be sitting in the audience. You know, you might be working for a small indie, or you know, you might be an individual yourself, and you know, you might be creating your own game. So, with that, you know, there are certain things that you would need to account for if you haven't done so already. So it's all about sort of getting your house in order. And kind of what I mean by that, it's having a plan. So you have to look at, you know, what sort of game are you building here? You know, how long do you think it will take you to sort of finish that game? Is it 6 months? Is it 12 months? Is it 2 years? You know, what are those milestones, you know, that you would need to sort of finish that game? Also, you know, how will you fund your company? You know, how will you pay for your staff? You know, how will you pay for the equipment? How will you run the company? You know, if you have an office space. And then that kind of goes on to talk about the development side as well. You know, how will you pay for the studio, the tech, all the equipment that you think that you would need to sort of build that game. And then, you know, you might have created this amazing sort of passion project of yours that you've been thinking about for years. But then, you know, that's all sort of the fun part. But then, how do you then reach that audience that you're trying to market to? You know, how do you sort of sell into that audience? And then from that, you look at the distribution side. So, how do you make sure you've got the max amount of eyeballs, people that are viewing your game, that you want maximum support from them? How do you make sure that it's listed perfectly and, easily downloadable? And then finally, you look at, so what is the future of your company or the studio? Are you looking at a V2 within sort of 12 months from then? Are you looking at certain DLC? Are you looking to build an MTX model? Because, with every start, there's an end. So you'd always have to sort of build some sort of contingency plan to make sure that you sort of, that you support the rest of the company's future. So that's kind of like where sort of my team come in and where we can sort of help. So from the publishing side, we help from funding. So we help with the development, the support, the distribution as well, which I just sort of spoke about, but also everything to do with marketing. So all the different strands, all different disciplines within marketing. So PR, influencers, trade, etc. And then we look at partnerships as well. So the partners that we work with, obviously first party, so like PlayStation and Xbox, but also third parties as well. So this could be hardware brands like, I don't know, HyperX or Logitech, just to kind of give you some examples. And then what we do is we help at sort of different stages. So if you look at the pre-launch phase, so like I said, we help with the funding, the localization, but also the Q&A, really helping with the awareness and then executing on that as well from a PR and marketing community point of view. And then when we're into our launch phase as well, that's kind of where we really help within retail distribution management. We look at the placement and the listings. We help with the pre-orders, so it's really important that there are a decent amount of pre-orders or the wish lists are there as well, but also the pricing model as well. Are you pricing yourselves too highly, or are you sort of undercutting yourself? And then also helping with sort of trade marketing and affiliates and social media as well. And then when you get to your sort of post-launch phase, it's all about sort of retail channel management planning, and also promotional sales as well. So there are various sales that happen throughout the year. Which sales you want to be a part of, which ones don't you want to be? How do you price yourself so that you're competitive as well? But I think anecdotally, for a publisher, it's okay that you want some of this, but you might not need all of it. But I think one thing to sort of take away from this is that third-party distribution is really key here. So you might have your game on Steam and it might be doing really well, but third-party distribution can really add sort of 20 to 30% incremental sales to your current sell-through. So just something for you to be aware of. And that's kind of everything from me. So I'm happy to take any questions. If not, hit me at the bar. I will be wearing some sort of tag, but yeah, or feel free to email me. Thank you.
First, got this year in the hospital with pneumonia, which is why I ended up with a tracheostomy. And one of the lovely nurses in intensive care, she told me about special effect. And they came out to the hospital. They set up a tablet for me. I tried it and there's been no looking back. It's been amazing. I've got a tune control joystick which clamps to the table. So I can move cursor, and then I've got a button which is like clicking on mouth. Now I've got full access to the tablet. I've got full support whenever I need it. It's been life-changing for me. When I was in hospital, I was able to use WhatsApp and send my wife a message just to say good morning. And she said it was lovely. It's the first message she'd had of me for 6 years. Her day she talked. It was amazing. So having this tablet just gave me a whole new world. It gave me loads and loads of freedom. Games are important. I play a lot of games like backgammon, Othello, and jigsaw puzzles and that sort of stuff. Because you're stuck in the chair all day, and you get very active. Special effect is absolutely first class. It's an amazing charity and it's giving freedom to so many people. I'd just like to say a big thank you. Yeah, you give me my life back.
Yeah, really moving, and I'm sure you'll agree. It's just great to see where the money that we're raising tonight is going to go, and people it goes towards, and who it helps. So, yeah, just to give you a reminder of what everything we're doing tonight is helping out and supporting. So we're going to move on to our next speaker. They are the co-founder of Six to Start, creators of the world's most popular smartphone fitness games, and the author of You've Been Played, a critique of gamification. Please welcome Adrian Hahn.
Oh, thank you. So my name's Adrian. I want to talk about video games, going from video games to real-world immersive experiences. So my background is I founded Six to Start back in 2007. We're probably best known for making a game called Zombies Run, which is a sort of like real-world smartphone fitness game where you run in the real world physically, like not on the couch. You're actually running with your legs, and you've got your headphones in, and we put you into a zombie apocalypse, and you have to run to survive and to collect supplies and that sort of thing. It's been going for 12 years. It's on to season 11 now. There's some people from Six to Start here. I'm no longer at Six to Start. I left the company a few months ago, but doing really amazing things around fitness. But what I really want to talk about is immersive experiences. So what I mean by that is everything from theme parks to Willy Wonka immersive experiences to immersive Van Gogh to escape rooms. And I guess what I want to say is that there's an increasing overlap between these things and video games. And so that's a really kind of obvious angle of that, with things like Mario Kart, Bowser's Challenge at Super Nintendo World. You know, in this thing, you basically go into a little pretend cart and you're zooming around on a dark ride, and you've got this visor on with an AR display, and you're shooting shells at other carts. And it's really bad. It is not a good experience. If you go in it, you'll be disappointed, unfortunately. But, you know, it is directly inspired. You know, it's meant to feel like you are in a video game. The other end is something like immersive theatre. So Punch Drunk have obviously been making immersive theatre like Sleep No More and Masters of Red Death for decades now. These are theatrical experiences where you're walking through a massive space, and the action and the actors and the dancing is all happening around you. You're wearing a mask. And so it feels like you are kind of going through this fictional world. And what's really interesting with Sleep No More is it directly inspired video games, walking simulators like Gone Home and Firewatch. When you play Gone Home, like a single player narrative first person game, you're sort of picking up things, you're sort of learning the story. They are directly inspired by immersive theatre. It's just kind of interesting. But what's happening now is that places like Sleep No More are now being inspired by video games. Maybe an even more direct comparison would be something like escape rooms. So modern escape rooms were actually directly inspired by a Flash game back in 2004 called The Crimson Room in Japan. And after that game came out, a lot of companies in Japan started making escape rooms. So, you know, you're just solving puzzles to go and get out of a locked room. Over time, that's obviously become incredibly complicated, incredibly popular, probably the most popular form of immersive experience right now. There's one that I really like in Edinburgh, close, and Leith. This one is really interesting. They're kind of doing some kind of interesting things. They don't have as much money as the blockbuster escape rooms, so they kind of try and make up to it in terms of theming and game design. So one of the things they have in Case Closed, this sort of interactive thing where you can go and type in commands and type in queries into a computer. A little bit like Her Story, if you played that, to go and look up evidence. But probably the more interesting thing, some people might like recognize this, is this sort of puzzle system they have in the escape room. So basically, periodically you get this sheet, and you use it to go and write down what you think has happened in the escape room. So it's a deductive puzzles. You're using the information in the escape room to kind of figure out what happened.
So to fill in the blanks, you write down, what you think has actually happened here. And it's really clever game design because it sort of structures the way you think, right? It's not just a bunch of answers. It's sort of steering you. It's giving you hints into what the answers might be. And once you've answered it, you put it through a letterbox, and they give it back to you if it's wrong. But if it's right, then the game continues. And so it sort of confirms your understanding of the story as you're playing, rather than you get to the end of the story, you're like, I have no idea what happened there, I just solved some puzzles. Here, it's sort of confirming this. If you think this is familiar, it's because it is directly from the case of the Golden Idol, which is a pretty recent video game. There's a new one called Rise of the Golden Idol out like last week. That's also inspired by Return of the Obra Dinn, which is just an amazing puzzle game if you've never played that before. I wish I could just have amnesia and like play that game again. That'd be amazing. And so that's just another example of this kind of interplay between escape rooms and video games. And of course, there are video games which are literally escape rooms, which are quite popular. At the other end of the spectrum is something like the Star Wars Hotel. Probably you've heard of this. This is the sort of massive, immersive experience made by Disney in Florida. Hundreds of people spend 3 days, 2 nights in this kind of spaceship where there are actors and there are things like this bridge you can go around, and you go on missions and you go and shoot people and then Jedi and all this stuff. And I just want to say, by the way, that I really liked it. I did go to it. You've probably seen this video where someone didn't like it. I think it's good. If you want to go and like talk about why, I'll explain why I think it's good in the break, but I'm not going to spend too much time here. So in some ways, it's like, oh, you're walking around this incredibly like realized fictional world, right? That in and of itself kind of feels like a video game. And there are actors there. You can talk to the actors. There's like an evil guy. There's a Han Solo type. There's a sort of Jedi, that sort of thing. You can also talk to the characters through your datapad app. All of them are actually like in this app. And in real time, throughout the 3 days, you will receive messages from these characters. And you can reply to them in real time from your kind of classic RPG 1 of 3 choices. And those choices actually do make a difference, right? So you can betray people. You can say, well, I don't want to work for the Empire, or you can say you will do something for them, and they send you on a mission to go and hack a computer, and you can do that, but you can secretly the information also to the Resistance. So you actually have quite a lot of leeway to play in this. And the missions these people send you on are like physical things. Like you go to the engine room and you go and like unplug cables, and in real time, the app responds, and people say thank you for doing that or whatever. Another kind of interesting thing that happens in the Star Cruiser in the hotel is this droid link thing. And so this is in your cabin. It's like a video conferencing thing, and it's all CG. And so this droid just calls you up, like on the first day you get there, asking for some help, and you reply using voice recognition. Stuff. It's just looking for phrases or keywords. But it's really well written. It's actually really funny. It's kind of very dramatic. And you get this kind of real experience of being in this sort of adventure. And it does feel, the whole thing feels like you're kind of in a real world role-playing game. Of course, it costs upwards of $1,500 per person. So it's kind of not really affordable. You can't go to it anymore because it closed. But you can go to Bridge Command in London. So this is basically like a Star Trek simulator, right? Just opened properly, like last month. It's been open since March. And has all these different stations. So you've got weapons, you've got communications, you've got the captain, all these different things. And the idea is you go on different missions. You know, there might be diplomacy, there might be combat, that sort of thing. And you've got to work together. And the fascinating thing about this is it's all powered by this open source engine called Empty Epsilon, which is originally made for LAN parties. You just go and get a bunch of people together with laptops and projectors and you play. This software was used for another thing called Odysseus, which is kind of in between these two things, in between Star Wars and Bridge Command. This was a live-action role-playing game called Odysseus in Helsinki that happened earlier this year, and they took over an entire building. It's based on Battlestar Galactica. It's like sirens will come on, shoot you. Here's a sort of let me go back one. Here's a sort of command center they set up using the same software as Bridge Command. And the fascinating thing about this experience is it was entirely volunteer run, right? Like no one got paid for any of this. They just spent like a year building it. And the technical architecture, this is like from 5 years ago. It's more complicated now. You can kind of see they've got all these different servers. They've got the lights. They've got they invented a new like RFID-based smartphone game that engineers would use to go and fix repairs like around the place. And it's just showing the level in which video game technology and video game ideas are kind of crossing over the real world, and people are spending, like in this case, like 3-4 days basically inhabiting this. This is just going to keep on happening. Immersive experience in video games. People want these things. People spending a lot of time on them, a lot of money. I'm writing a book about it. That's why I'm here. And so watch the space. Thank you very much.
Very cool talk. Thank you, Adrian. And immediately all I want to do is go and spend £1,500 on an immersive experience that I don't have. Very cool. I'm watching the space for Adrian's book as well. I can't wait to read that. Sounds fascinating. Okay, our next speaker, I'd like to welcome up a junior programmer at Sumo Digital. This is Amy Elliott.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. Let's see if this thing works this time. So, it does. Hi, I'm A. I'm a Unity and C# programmer, and I've got 3 years in the games industry so far. Recently, I wrote a paper on communication and tooling, and this talk is going to share some of those findings from that paper. This talk is mostly an introduction to tools programming, because I would love to promote tools programming to all of you, to put tools within your games to make your lives a whole lot easier. Please make tools. So, here is the agenda. We're going to start off talking about what and why are tools important, and then we'll move on to tool development in Unity, and I'll show you some really cool real-world examples. And then I'll move on to how you can get started making your own tools, and we'll wrap up with talking about integrating your own tools team into your project, as well as a tool request process. So, why are tools important? So, what are tools? You will probably know this, but tools are anything that speeds up workflows and help developers create game content more efficiently. They're useful for everyone. Doesn't matter whether you're in engine or outside of engine. So within game development, you'll have lots of challenges, and all of these can be fixed by making a tool, obviously. So miscommunication can happen a lot. So this could be with different developers, or this can be between disciplines. So an artist disagreeing with a programmer, which might happen quite a lot. And this miscommunication can cause lots of iteration until you get that thing right. And this iteration can cause lots and lots of delays. And delays aren't good in game development. And in game development, there is a lot of repetitive and manual processes. So here's how we can fix them with tools. We can fix repetitive and manual processes by automating tasks with the tool, and this obviously speeds up the workflows. And doing this will enforce the correctness of data, so you're automating it instead of manually doing it, so you don't make any mistakes. And creating a tool can address unique project needs. So a lot of game projects we have these days might be using unique hardware. So I worked on a cool project where there was a moving chair super weird. And you might have a project that works in a proprietary engine that doesn't have all the tools it needs. So tools are important for that too. And they also help with cross-discipline accessibility. So what I mean by this is if you've got data within your game which needs to be handled, a programmer might deal with this because they understand the data, but you want to make this data easily accessible for everyone, especially if it's important for development. So make a tool to make that data easy to access. And this will align technical and creative teams, which makes everyone happy. So here is tool development in Unity. I'm just going to briefly go over this because it's not too important. Tool development can happen everywhere, not just in Unity. It can happen with standalone tools or in Unreal Engine or in your proprietary engine. This is just a few examples if you wanted to get started in Unity. So, custom editor, editor windows, both deprecated, but super cool anyway. You can still use them. And then there's the super nice UI toolkit, if it will load. There we go. And this is the modern approach to how to make UI inside of your games and for the Unity editor. So definitely recommend that because it's very responsive to the Unity editor and super easy to use. It's very visual too, so it's great for people who don't have much programming experience. Here are some real-world examples from this lovely game called Stampede Racing Royale, which Sumo have just released. So this is where Unity engine tools were used. So our tools team created a photo shoot tool, and this was used for, marketing. And as you can see, it's very, very, very visual. It's got lots of pretty pictures. And this is so marketing can create images for social media. Who would have guessed? But very visual, very easy to use, and documented lots, so it's easily able to, you're easily able to add updates. Here is a cool tool called the meta config tool. Looks a bit confusing because it's very zoomed out, but last example I gave about date, this is basically that. We've got a lot of different variations within Stampede, lots of data files. This just makes it easier to handle it all, and it means designers can do their own things with the track configurations. So here's how you should, well, not should. Here is some tips for getting started with creating your own tools. So identify the need for a tool. You need to look at what you've been doing and find any repetitive or time-consuming tasks. And then maybe look at what you've been doing over the past week and look for any miscommunication or frequent errors. This can happen with communicating with other people, or this can happen with your own tasks over a long period of time. But just look out for anything that bugs you, really. But also talk with your team members, because you might be working within a few tools to make the game, but other disciplines will be using a whole array of other tools, and you don't know what they're struggling with. So get really close with your team members and learn how they work, because you can speed up their workflows and they'll love you. So designing, if you're a programmer, you've got to kind of put on a bit of a design cap. Learn a little bit of UI UX. Make your tools look pretty, because people want pretty tools. So look into UI UX, or grab a UI designer and push the tool in front of them. Also, iterative testing is so important. As you're making the tool, you want to keep testing it to make sure it still works. But also, you want to drag the who you've made the tool for to play around with it and make sure it does the right thing, because it won't be useful if you make a tool and it doesn't do what the person wants it to do. So make sure it works well. And make sure you do regular updates. The game's always going to change, and the tool might not work over time. So just make sure you keep updating it and make sure it works, obviously. and ownership. So if you've got a tool, take ownership of it. That's the section of the game you can own, and people can come to you for help with that section of the game. So it might be it's a way to show you can take ownership of something, and you can definitely make your own tools for your own projects and just show it off to everyone and be like, look what I've made. Isn't this super cool? And then loads of people use it and you're like, whoa. And then here's how you might create a tools team. So tool request processes are important. You need a process for requesting tools. Otherwise, tools programmers won't be happy. They won't be happy because they'll get loads of messages asking tools. So you need a process that doesn't overwhelm them. Make sure there's no bias, because if there's a request process, it's not just the tool programmers' friends messaging them. And it also ensures collaboration between disciplines. If you make the request process clear, people will form together and think about tools that could help the whole team together. And finally, get to know your team. If you're a tools programmer, you're going to make tools for everyone. So, for example, in this example, I asked one team what they used the most at work, and they all said Microsoft Teams. So if you were to implement some sort of request process, you probably want it on Microsoft Teams. But this other team, they also had communication tools at the top, but the rest were kind of the same. So every team is different. You need to know your team very well to make tools that work for them. And I think I'll wrap up at the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy Elliott. That was a really informative talk, and I, for one, have learned a lot about how important tools are. Not something I normally have to deal with. So thank you, Amy. Brilliant to hear about your expertise there. Okay, on to our final speaker of this block and the evening before we have a bit of a break and go on to our amazing keynote with MC Hammersmith. Next up, we have the narrative lead at Primal Game Studio. Please welcome up Brian Mitsoda.
All right. Okay. All right. Is there a way to get the speaker notes on here at all? Aha, okay. Okay. Hi, I'm Brian Mitsoda. I'm a game developer with 25 years of experience making CRPGs and game narratives. And I've got a startup studio in Dundee. Today I'm going to be talking about how CRPGs are perceived as niche games by investors and publishers, and shed some light on what the reality might actually be. Here we go. So, CRPGs, what does that mean? I should define that, or you'll have no idea what I'm talking about in the next 10 minutes. CRPG stands for Computer Role-Playing Game. In this type of game, the player creates their character's look and/or the attributes of the character, coupled with massive player agency within the game, specifically the story. Thank you. This usually takes the form of huge branching narrative and complex story decision trees and missions. Different players have different experiences. Choices have consequences, and the game reacts to how the player is playing a game. The game recognizes the choices I have made, and the story changes based on decisions. This also means that missions and NPCs have been designed for players to take advantage of the skills or gameplay they prefer. You'll also hear RPG attached to a lot of games. All that means is number goes up. It's part of CRPG, but not necessarily the main part. So here's where sorry, we missed some. So the two CRPGs I'm focusing on today are Baldur's Gate 3 and Disco Elysium. Baldur's Gate 3, developed by Larian Studios, has to this point sold over 20 million copies. startup Zaum released Disco Elysium, the final cut for consoles and PC in 2021, and it has sold over 4 million copies. These are wildly good numbers in case you're not sure of how many copies that is compared to each game's bid. Both games are big critical and fan favorites. BG3 was one of the biggest of 2023 and won most of the game awards that year. So with these numbers, everyone should want to make CRPGs, right? Despite these sales numbers, CRPGs have a reputation as being games that only appeal to a niche audience. Here you see a leaked report from Microsoft for their Game Pass service, where they critically undervalued BG3 and offered them a small payment added to the service, about the same they would make from about less than 100,000 sales. In 2021, our startup was pitching a CRPG, and publishers told us that CRPGs were too niche. And then Baldur's Gate came out and sold millions. I'm establishing a pattern, just wait. So here's where I show you my credentials. So there seems to be validity to what I'm claiming. I have been making CRPGs for 25 years. I started at Black Isle Studios, RIP. Then when I went to Troika, also RIP. Then to Obsidian. Then I started my own CRPG studio. Then I worked at Hardsuit on their first and last CRPG. And most recently, I worked at Wonderstorm and Primal. In the early 2000s, despite making genre-defining CRPGs like Fallout and Planescape Torment, Black Isle Studio was on the verge of collapse because Interplay and strategy games is the future of the company. From its ashes, we got Troika and Obsidian. I joined Troika in 2003 and made a cult classic CRPG called Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which was released in 2004. It came out at the worst time imaginable against Half-Life 2, Halo 2, and Metal Gear Solid 3. They all came out on the same day. It was not an instant hit. However, it went on to sell over 3 million copies and is still talked about to this day. After release, Troika could not sign another project because single-player CRPGs were not seen as lucrative. In the end, Troika had to close its doors. We were shopping multiple prototypes at the time, trying to keep the studio afloat. One of the games we were working on was a spiritual successor to Fallout. In 2008, Bethesda released Fallout 3, which sold over 12 million copies. Totally market, right? Imagine if someone had invested in the talented Troika and what they could have made off of us if they had signed the studio to make another Bloodlines or Fallout-like. Let's look at the sales numbers on some of the biggest single-player CRPGs in the last 20 years. Those numbers look pretty mass market to me. In fact, some of these would place in the best-selling games of all time. So why are investors constantly ignoring the single-player CRPG market, and why so many projects fail to launch? Most of the games I have worked on have been canceled or reworked during development because CRPGs take so long to make that by the time they make significant progress, publishing regimes and marketing departments have suddenly decided to follow some other trend. Investors and public want money quick. CRPGs take time. But a successful CRPG not only has potential to make a lot of money, they'll consistently and help fund subsequent CRPGs. To understand the potential of their investment, publishers and investors have got to understand the long-term profits and audience they're investing in. CRPGs are incredibly complex and require a team with the knowledge to build them. An experienced team, management, and developers saves money in the long run. If you can't build basic tools like a dialogue or mission editor, you won't finish the game. All the systems in an RPG feed into one another. If you neglect any of them, the others won't come together in time. It's been my experience that teams with inexperienced personnel spend years just trying to figure out how to make a CRPG and build tools for them and test them. Time eats funds, and when staff gets too quickly or scope planning is inadequate, it's not going to work. So hiring experts may cost more, but they save time which cuts down on budget waste. When CRPGs take longer than expected, it's probably because they hired poorly. They are time-consuming to make due to the massive complexity. Let's look again at the slide of the best-selling CRPGs of all time. Notice they are mostly sequels. They're the product of veteran teams with sometimes over a decade of experience as a company. So aside from working as a narrative lead on multiple CRPGs, I've also run a CRPG studio. On a minuscule budget, about $300,000, I made a CRPG, Dead State, about as complex as Fallout 1 with a team of 10. Why was I able to do this? Experience, planning out every feature in advance, making tools for quick content creation, prototyping, and making content easy to test. Money was raised on Kickstarter in 2012, and the game was delivered in 2014. It sold over 6 times its budget, but that's not a Disco Elysium-sized hit. Why not? To make a game that sells Disco Elysium numbers, you need something closer to AA budget. This covers things like better art, better UI UX, senior combat designers, and other things I didn't have the small indie budget for Dead State. I also have been working as director at a startup. We've created multiple proof of concept prototypes done in a month or less. Again, our ability to make content boils down to fostering a shared vision, planning, making tools to make content quickly, and prototyping. Oh, and if you want to make something like Baldur's Gate 3, you'll need a veteran team and a massive vault of money. There's no way to shortcut this. So why aren't investors taking CRPGs seriously? The stigma that they are niche has not gone away, even after the success of BG3 and other titles. They are betting large on games as a service and, in my opinion, losing. Chasing dead-end trends like Web3 and AI, whatever the next buzzword is, and backing clones of current hits that won't make it to market before the trend dies. They aren't hiring the right developers, and it's almost impossible to make one without experienced devs. And they don't understand CRPG development cycles, nor the audience and the appeal CRPGs have for them. They aren't eyeing the long-term benefits of experienced team and a successful CRPG. So, after recent successes, Cyberpunk and Disco Elysium, the market is hungry for more games like this. And in a few years, there'll be a gap in the market. Investing in the next talented startup developer now is going to pay off for investors willing to brace long-term thinking toward the market. The CRPG audience is constantly in search of the next one, and they're extremely devoted to these kind of games and always seek them out. When a CRPG delivers, it can be measured in millions of sales as far as success goes. Anyway, that's my time, because I heard the buzzer. Thanks for listening. Here's my info, and please ask questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian, for sharing your knowledge. That was fascinating. So before we go on, I believe we have another video to show from our chosen charity, Special Effects. So if we're ready to cue that up, I'll let that play. Or Lucy will. Other Lucy will let that play. Hopefully any second now. I can see there's feverish working going on at the back. Maybe in the meantime, while we're getting that up, I can take a moment to say another thank you to more sponsors who are No Code and Pocket Size Hands. Again, so grateful to all of our sponsors for the event and making it all happen. This will be your last chance to enter the raffle as well, where you have a chance to win some fabulous prizes, including amazing game bundles, as we saw earlier, some t-shirts, extra hardware and kit with some controllers, and maybe even a Spider-Man figurine. You can help us figure out what it is. Also, I'll mention before I forget, if you have lost some stylish sunglasses, we found them, and they're with Jen at the desk where the cupcakes were. So maybe you can tell her what they look like. And if they're not yours and you guess, maybe you'll get them anyway. How are we going on that video, Lucy? Yay! Okay.
So my name's Dan Perkins, and at the age of 37, I was diagnosed with motor neurone disease, which was obviously a huge shock. I've been a very fit and active person. I was a triathlete. Yeah, it was really not impact as I can imagine. We very quickly sort of decided to take a very positive outlook and make the most of every opportunity that was presented to me. I think it was my wife that told me about a charity that could help me to continue to play computer games. Yeah, just got in touch and it's been an amazing journey ever since. So I initially played using various adaptive controllers, and as my mobility has decreased over the years, we went on to more sort of voice controlled. Then my voice has deteriorated, so now we've been doing some really amazing work with arcade controller. And it's so liberating for me. No matter what MND throws at me, the guys with special effects come up with solutions to allow me to still play games, which has been fantastic. It's given me independence, it's given me an escape. They're always there if I'm struggling with any aspect. Then that's to help. When I look at my civilization, demonstrate everything that I'm doing. Because it's so amazed that I can do what I do. And it's like I say, it's all for the sake. And I think I set them quite challenging tasks. And that, is there a way I can still play this sort of game or another sort of game, despite the fact that I'm just controlling it with my eyes, and they are always up for the challenge, and always there to help make something happen, rather than telling me things are impossible. So they've been a really important part of my journey with MND.
Another look at the just amazing and vital work that special effects are doing, bringing more people into the joy that is games. So if you have entered full, if you've bought one of our beanie hats, thank you so much. That's where your money is going and what it's going to support. And if you haven't, this is your last chance to get into the raffle. If you didn't know already, this QR code that's on your badge, your pass, I'll take you straight to the donations link to send some money to Special Effect and put your chance in to win some amazing prizes as well across the next 3 nights, not just for today. So we are going to take a shorter break there. We're aiming to come back at 9:30 for the next block and our keynote speaker and performer, the performer first. So enjoy your break and we'll see you at 9:30. Thank you.